Energy is movement. Energy is about living and broadening horizons. At Raízen, the future is now. As an integrated company and global leader in renewables, we promote profitable solutions in energy and mobility to facilitate the journey of our clients throughout the energy transition, end to end, from the field to the customer. We produce today the energy of the future, from 100% clean and renewable sources and using the most advanced technologies. Our commitment to contribute to a low-carbon economy is not a project. It is our reality. Our E2G plants are in full expansion. In the power market, we offer diversified solutions with scalable sources of renewable energy. Our clients are in the center of everything, with mobility solutions to facilitate our routine. We have the best integrated offer in Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. And this is done by our people focused in finding the best renewable solutions. We are reshaping the future of energy today, the energy that moves the world and transforms people's lives.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Raízen Day 2023. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. And hello to everyone who's joining us on YouTube. If you couldn't make it here today, but you are watching us live. It's wonderful to be here with you today. Great opportunity to see people we know again. I am Felipe Casale. I am the Investor Relations Officer at Raízen Brazil. And before we start this event, even when we have a meeting at the office, we have our safety moment. So today is no different. There's no drills scheduled. If the alarm bell goes, it's true. The emergency exits are behind you, and we also have a fire brigade available. All you have to do is follow their lead. We have a lot of content for you. Our agenda today is slightly different to what we usually do. Instead of having our usual institutional presentations, you will notice that we have some very objective material about the main avenues and opportunities we have in our business portfolio. Everything you talk to us about on a daily basis, we will be seeing today. We'll be taking a deep dive since our agro-industrial journey and our positioning in mobility fuels. Today, we'll be taking an in-depth look at all of our priorities, and we will be talking to our executives today. So let's take a look at our agenda for the day. We'll start with Ricardo Mussa, our CEO, with the opening remarks, and then we will be discussing the priorities I just mentioned. At 11 o'clock, we'll have a 15-minute coffee break, and then we'll come back to talk about strategy, results, and Mussa will come back with the highlights. At 12, we'll have a Q&A session with all of our executives. They'll be up here, and you will have the opportunity to ask questions. If you are watching us online, you will have the same opportunity to ask questions. Today's presentation are available on our website in Portuguese and English. And if you are here today, you can also scan our QR code to download the presentations. So I'm going to ask Ricardo Mussa to come up to the stage, our CEO, for the official opening of our Raízen Day. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. Wonderful to be back here with you again after the past year. It's been a very hectic year. I'm going to recap what happened this year and talk about what's coming. This is our mantra, operating excellence, and it all starts with safety. These are our safety indicators. As you can see, 2021-22, when we acquired Biosev, things went down because their safety records weren't as good as ours, but we're now back closer to Raízen's levels. 2023-24 started really well. We've had some excellent safety indicators. That is our commitment. We know there's a correlation between safety and good results, and the company is on the right track. Safety is a strategic pillar for us. And down here we have the Ser Mais program. It's one of the main implementations of the Toyota Lean system. We've seen it around the world. Over 20,000 people have been trained on this program. We are on the 3rd year of this journey. Over $500 million has been invested in operating excellence. So that's our main highlight, safety and operating excellence. Second thing I need to mention is our people, our team. We have a devoted, dedicated team. They're highly motivated. And I've got some figures I want to share with you. 43,000 employees. We have the Raízen University training a lot of people. Over 2 million hours in people development in the last 3 years. Diversity in our board, 20% women. Our goal was to reach 25%. We brought on board Biosev, and we went up to 27%. Over 50% of our trainee program is made up of women, so we're taking quantum leaps towards diversity. So safety, operating excellence, and respect. Raízen continues on its diversity journey, and we are doing so well. And today, this is the team that will be here with you today, highly experienced team. Theo will be talking about mobility. Francis about renewables, sugar, mobility. Cardozo's not on the slide, but is here with us today. Very seasoned team. We'll be answering your questions. We have more people in the audience to talk to you. And this is the team that is helping us deliver the results we have at Raízen. So since the IPO, some things have worked, some things haven't gone as well. So let's recap on things that have been better than we had imagined at the IPO and those that haven't. And we'll be addressing all those points today. Let's start with what has worked. E2G, this is our star. Since the IPO, the market has been better. There's more demand. At the time, we had 10 ongoing contracts. Right now, we have 45 ongoing discussions about second-generation ethanol. Pricing is better. There's more demand. We had the SAF advent as well. That's driving ethanol. During Francis's presentation, you'll see that last year was our best E2G production. We have broken all of our records. Everything is on track. We're just finishing our second E2G plant. It should be up and running by August, September. Everything involving E2G is looking up. The market is better. Productivity has gone up. Construction works are going well. Everything is on schedule. Ethanol and sugar, another highlight. We've been hearing a lot that sugar prices have to change structurally. That's happened since the IPO. It's gone overboard a little bit, but it has progressed. During Paulo Neves', you will be seeing everything is looking better in terms of final destination. Our 4-year plan was done in 2 years. That was for sugar. You'll see the premium we got for ethanol in terms of Esalq. So we're doing really well on ethanol, both commercially and price-wise. Raízen Power, you will be hearing a lot more about that. That's our power division. That's our new logo for Raízen Power on the corner. Our new division has been delivering on EBITDA, growing the number of clients, generating cash for the company. We didn't talk a lot about this division during the IPO, but it's been hugely successful. Shell Box, Shell Select, Shell Box with 14 million customers. Great platform, is doing better than we had expected. Transactions volume is better than we'd expected. Our merger with FEMSA is going better than we had expected. Close to 1,800 stores select OXXO. Last year, we opened 1 store a day. So program's going really well. Company top line, they're delivering great results and fantastic expansion plan. M&A, our integration went really well. No issues at all with Biosev. We did the integration and conversion in Paraguay. You look at our portfolio, close to 400 service stations with our brand. In Paraguay, our lubricants integration went really well as well. And in Latin America, if you look at our results in Paraguay in terms of market share, margin, we've been doing fantastically well. And in Brazil, as you will see today, we were able to increase our branded service station market share. We've extended our contracts with our resellers, we've improved our relationship with our resellers, and we've delivered fantastic results. Last point here, EBITDA, 6 billion up to 15 billion EBITDA. So that's the upside. What didn't go as we had expected? First, agricultural yield. It's almost like a mantra to us, saying that agricultural yield is Raízen's #1 priority. The climate hasn't helped over the last couple of years. Our sugar cane crop really suffered. We had expected to deliver a specific production level, but we came in below. So we have a specific platform to talk about what we're doing to improve agricultural yield. Free cash generation, EBITDA was great. We had more free cash generation than we liked. So this is something we'll be talking about that. We have a huge tax asset at Raízen. So what are we doing to convert that asset into cash and to have more cash for the company? That's another point of attention for us. Biogas, mixed feelings about biogas. We plan to build 39 biogas modules. We're building 6 out of those 39, so we are lagging behind there, but for good reason. Biogas has had different, more attractive uses than just generating power or replacing natural gas. We're talking about green ammonia. Paula will be talking about that this afternoon, but it's different to what we had talked about during the IPO. Inflation, that was different. High pressures due to the inflation rate, pressure on our capex, on our opex, offset by prices. So if you look at E2G prices, over 50% above what we had imagined at the IPO. But inflation rate is also quite high. But that is another point of attention. Same goes for the interest rate. We didn't have such high interest rates at that time. That's why this is so relevant to our company. Macro environment, especially in Argentina, very complex. Everybody knows the difficulty the Argentinian government has had to keep their currency, to raise funds, so highly complex environment in Argentina, but we are navigating it quite well. Lots of volatility in Brazil. We've had the election, the Ukraine war. Actually, that's brought us more opportunity than risk, but it was different to what we had imagined. Another point of attention, share performance, nowhere near where we would like them to be. We have a very clear view about what Raízen's potential is. So this is another point we'll be discussing today. What we're doing in terms of liquidity, share buyback to improve our share performance. So this is a little bit about what's happened since the IPO, some accountability in terms of what has gone well, what hasn't gone as well as we had expected. But we want you to help us clear any questions about what the company can do better on. As you will see, today's agenda will be based on these topics. First part of the presentation will be about mobility, but we will be spending a lot of time on agricultural yield. This is a very long journey. There have been mistakes in the company past. They have been corrected. I want you to be sure about where we are in terms of agricultural recovery. And I'm sure that by the end of today, you will know what Raízen has done and what it is doing in terms of agricultural yield. This is the main point for me today. Then we'll talk about ethanol, E2G, sugar. Paulinho Neves will be talking about what we've been doing in terms of sugar. We've got some very good news for you. For the second time, you will be seeing our power plan at Raízen in more detail. Mobility, you will see that the name is different. We'll be talking about market and services. We're changing it to mobility, and you will see what we're doing to increase our value chain. and we're doing it very well. So that's the first change today. Those of you who are watching us live, we used to talk about fuels, then we started talking about marketing and services, and we've learned a lot looking at Shell internationally about what's going on, around the world. So we are changing marketing and services to mobility. Mobility has a lot to do with the changes we've been seeing in consumer habits. More than 90% of our results still come from fuels. We see what Shell's doing internationally. There are other products that are not just fuels, which account for more than 50% of the company's results. And that's what we want to do. So we're going to talk about convenience, financial services, Shell Recharge. So mobility, 50 million consumers going through our network close to 3 times a month. So that's a huge change. This is our new logo. Shell launched it globally, a new brand use, much more human. It looks great. So that's our main change. And to talk about that change, I'd like to invite Theo to come up to the stage to explain a little bit about that. We've changed the team structure. We're bringing together mobility under one single person because we had mobility in Argentina and Paraguay. Under Theo, he was the CEO in Argentina and Paraguay, so the structure has changed. We're bringing Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil together under the same structure so that we have more independence, more dedication, more focus, and I'm going to let Theo introduce himself. Many of you know him. He's one of the people who knows the most about fuels and mobility around the world. Huge experience with Shell, came to Raízen, lived in Brazil for years, went to Argentina, did a great job there, took in Paraguay, and now he's going to be in charge of Raízen's entire mobility division. Good luck, Theo. He just started in April, and he's going to talk to us about Raízen's future in mobility. Thank you, Musa. And I'll come back later for my closing remarks. Hi. Hello, everyone. Musa has introduced me, so I won't do it again. I'm Argentinian. I lived in Brazil for 12 years. I apologize for my Portuñol. I haven't spoken Portuguese for a few years. I have 27 years in Shell Raízen. I started at Raízen in 2011. I was there until 2015. Then I went to Argentina to run our business there. Raízen came to Argentina in 2018, and I've been in charge of Argentina and Paraguay since then, and now I am taking on mobility for the whole region. It's called LATAM, so it's Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. Today, the first thing we're going to see in terms of mobility is a summary of the pillars that have been driving the work we've been doing in the past few years and will continue to drive the work we do in the future. So that's the first part. Then we'll look at results in Brazil. Cardoso will be talking about Brazil, and I will conclude by talking about Argentina and Paraguay. Our North has been our brand based on these 6 pillars. Whoops. Let's go back. These are the pillars that we have been working with and that we will continue to work with over the next few years. This is our 2030 journey. We will continue to have robust growth in mobility. First pillar is our brand. We have the most valuable brand in the industry. It's been the most valuable brand for 9 consecutive years. The most valuable brand in the world and in our region. It's a benchmark in innovation and quality. And our main asset, working with a unique brand. It's the only international brand. We are the only company that uses everything we get to learn around the world, and we get to bring that to our clients in Argentina and Paraguay. Second pillar, another huge brand, Shell V-Power. Shell V-Power is the best-selling product in the world. It's a unique product, and our focus will be on growing our premium product mix in Brazil, Argentina, and Brazil. This product brings in additional profit to the company and to our reseller partners. So we need to go back to growing this unique product we have, which is Shell V-Power. And Shell V-Power is the only product on the planet that cleans the engine 100% since the first time that tank is filled. So we've been working hard on continuing to grow this product. Lubricants, we know that we've acquired a lubricant business in Brazil a year ago, in Argentina since 2018, and our focus is still on providing the best integrated offer, specialty lubricants to our clients. This is the leading brand, has been the leading brand around the world for 16 years, and the leading brand among OEMs in Brazil, and the second brand in Argentina. Great products such as Helix, Rimola, Advance, and we will continue to work on growing in the retail market and in the B2B market, and especially expanding our premium product mix. That is our objective. And as part of that objective and that strategy, we will be integrating our two-plant operation in Argentina and now in Brazil. That will increase our profitability. And the fourth pillar is Shell Box. During the introduction, Musa mentioned Shell Box and some figures. We have 15 million actionable customers. And today, you will be seeing how other sectors of the company can activate these clients. Our customer base at Shell Box has huge value, both now and in the future. We have over 150,000 transactions a day on Shell Box already, and over 7 billion reais worth of transactions in the year. It started off in Brazil, we took it to Argentina, and this is our loyalty solution that can be reproduced in every country where we work. This is our loyalty tool looking forward for all of our clients. Shell Box clients fill their tanks 70% of the time using V-Power. That's 40 to 50 additional points to a non-Shell Box customer. That is the power of that tool. That is the power of that solution looking forward in terms of growth. Last year ago, we launched our corporate Shell Box, focusing on light and heavy fleets. We're working on it. We're working on growing that. It doubled in the second year, and it has a record volume on the platform. So we will continue to develop that solution so that we can continue to grow from our light fleet to the heavy fleet in the future. So we're going to have some great news about Shell Box in the near future, and we'll be focusing on bringing you more customers, growing our current client base, not only in mobility, but we want that to spill over to all of our Raízen businesses. Proximity, we will continue to grow the number of Select and OXXO stores because we want to lead our convenience and proximity position. We do that in Brazil through our NOS group, which is our joint venture with FEMSA, and we're going to do that in Argentina and Paraguay as well. We have the Shell Cafe launch soon. That is a very different offer. Inside our Select stores, we have 1,500 points of sale around the world. It's proven, and a proven 27% increase to our average ticket. So you will be seeing this in the Brazilian and Argentinian market this year. Shell Cafe. We have over 325 OXXO stores. As Musa said, we're continuing to open one store a day. You can see when you look at the like-for-like same-store sales, the increase in our same-store sales year-on-year is 44%, and it will continue to be the same looking forward. Sixth pillar is Shell Recharge. Yet another innovation, this integrated mobility solution offer to all of our customers. This is huge. Shell already has experience in over 120,000 chargers around the world. Over 500,000 chargers is our goal by 2025. We're using our international experience to bring the same quality to Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. And we are focusing on positioning these chargers in strategic places. We want to have a balance between what we believe will be an increase in electric vehicle demand and providing quality at our points of sale. I won't talk too much about Shell Recharge because Saliba will be giving you a lot more detail during his power presentation. And the last one is infrastructure. We were born making the most of our infrastructure integration. We have grown in the region, and a lot of that growth has come from this infrastructure. We have 2 refinery plants in Argentina, 2 lubricant plants, and we will be using this integrated infrastructure to increase growth and profits at Raízen in the future. At the refinery, we have made some critical investments to increase our refining capacity. As you can see, this is the growth that we'll see in processing crude oil at the refineries. And that will bring us close to $60 million a year worth of incremental margin. So we're replacing imports by processed and refined products in our own Buenos Aires refineries. These investments are key to increase the group's profits. And these are the pillars we'll be working on. These are the most relevant key pillars, and you will be seeing that we'll be working with a lot of focus, a lot of speed, and a lot of passion. So now I'm going to invite Cardoso to come up to the stage to talk about Brazil. Welcome, Cardoso.
Thank you, Tel. Good morning to all. It's a pleasure to be with you a year after our last presentation here. And I would like to start with an important milestone. This year, Shell in Brazil is completing 110 years in the country. Why is this important? In my opinion, this shows the competitive advantage we hold. Just for you to have an idea, Petrobras, when created in '53, Shell had already been here for 40 years in the fuels market. So Shell is the company that operates the longest in distributing fuels throughout the country. And during these 110 years in Brazil, just for you to recall, we had 2 world wars. We had left-wing, right-wing military governments. We had a serious trucker strike and the worst pandemic in history. And despite all these landmarks that created a lot of volatility in the market, Shell continues to deliver solid results in the market and fulfilling its role of helping the Brazilian economy and Brazilians' mobility. Last year could be no different. We start the year with much volatility. We start with a war in Ukraine. Then we have the most disputed electoral race in the country. We had tax reductions on fuels, and then the government changes. So a lot of volatility throughout the year. Despite all of this, we were able to once again deliver historical results in the company. Here you can see the EBITDA, and we reached more than 5 billion EBITDA and an incredible result of over 40% profitability in terms of ROACE. And this is really impressive to see our growth journey in the company over the years. Last year, we sold almost 27 billion liters in the Brazilian market. We increased by 20% our contracted B2B volume. This offers stability. B2B is non-contracted spot, and we were able to advance in terms of B2B contracts. And we brought 1.5 billion liters of new volume in retail and B2B. And aviation was the great star of our business. We closed great aviation contracts, and one very important one was the contract with Azul, a 5-year contract of exclusive supply wherever there are Shell bases. So a spectacular year for aviation within Raízen. We grew by 5 times the aviation volume, and these are pre-pandemic volumes. And last but not least, we added another 300 new stations, gas service stations, to the Shell network. All of this is only possible if you have 3 pillars, in my opinion. The first one is a product and services offering that cannot be replicated. Here I show you 4 examples that were the stars at Raízen last year. The first one was Shell Box. We increased by over 30% the number of clients. Besides the consumption of premium products, this is the channel by which we are able to transform our business from B2B to C, from B to C to B. So I connect to the end consumer and make them loyal to our Shell brand. So we believe a lot in this and have grown at a very fast pace. So we have invested heavily on this product because this is the future of our business. Another point that I would like to highlight are our convenience stores that Tel already mentioned. We have over 1,600 convenience stores with the Select brand, and if I say 325, probably someone's going to give me a call and saying, no, we just opened another one. So we're shooting at 350. Why is this important? This will total around 2,000 stores. This allows us to gain scale, which allows us to decrease costs and improve profitability and integrated profitability. So better profitability for Raízen and for our franchisees. One example of this is our distribution center at Cajamar. It was recently expanded and automated and is helping a lot in our profitability journey. The second pillar that I just mentioned is the focus on profitability. So we use all these products to improve profitability and always integrated profitability. The first example is the new V-Power Shell, the Shell V-Power. This is a unique product, the only international company in Brazil that cleans 100% your engine and generates fuel savings. So this is a win-win-win situation. The end consumer wins with the maintenance of their engines, and they win with the fuel efficiency, and the stations, they also gain in margin, and Raízen also gains. So this has been tested together with Ferrari in international laboratories. So this is a competitive advantage that we have in the Brazilian market that is really outstanding. Another point is our brand. We are the only company in Brazil with an international brand, and this gives us access to technologies that no other companies in Brazil have. This year, I visited operations in Europe, Turkey, and US. This allows me to bring to Brazil what is leading edge in international markets that have a different level of maturity than Brazil, and we can then anticipate movements in Brazil. And last but not least, is portfolio management. Here, I would like to highlight the focus on the Shell converted network. So this entire year, we focused on Shell points of sale. So we had a record contract renegotiation. These contracts, they represent 16 billion liters contracted for the next 4 years. This focus for Shell resales has allowed us to increase profitability significantly. Here we see a graph of what I have mentioned. We left the independent market and grew the reference market to 18.9 because we believe in this profitability strategy and focusing on the Shell brand. To our surprise, this was backed by our distributors. We were concerned that maybe they wouldn't approve this. UBS did a survey, and I thank UBS for this survey. They did this survey with Brazilian distributors, and this is the result of the survey. Our satisfaction level, our distributors' satisfaction level is around 90%, and we are the preferred brand among the main competitors in the Brazilian market. This reflects an integrated strategy and focusing on Shell distribution and consumers at the center of our strategy. And now Tel to explain the Argentinian strategy. Thank you. I will close with Argentina and Paraguay. The highlight for 22-23 for Argentina and Paraguay were robust results that are resilient and ongoing growth in a very complex context. You can see that from 2021 to 22-23, our adjusted EBITDA doubled, and we have a ROACE of 21%, which is quite solid. Some highlights of the last year. We had record sales of 7 billion liters. We expanded 26% versus 2019, pre-pandemic, where the Argentinian market grew only 7%. You can see that we are clearly leveraged on Shell growth and differentiated product growth, and 90% of our network is operating with Shell Box in Argentina, and we should also develop the solution for Paraguay this year. We processed a record 31 million barrels at the refinery, even though we had the largest historical turnaround at the refinery in October last year. So a great record. So clearly, we replaced imports for products refined in Argentina, and we increased our production capacity. With this large turnaround, we replaced our distiller, and this has increased our production capacity in 10% for the Argentinian market. And this brings a lot of additional profitability to our company. And we were able to convert 235 gas stations in Paraguay. We started in Paraguay in November 21, and we converted these stations. So in Paraguay, we have grown our network in a very solid fashion and also in volume. So everything that we wanted to do in Paraguay in the first year, we were able to achieve that. So this is an excellent indicator of what is forthcoming in terms of growth in Paraguay. And to wrap up, these results that you see here, mainly, they indicate two things. Retail growth, we grew almost 3 percentage points in terms of market share in the last 5 years. So we grew every year, and we also grew much more in lubricants. So these are the two markets that are generating solid and resilient results that were presented previously. And in Paraguay, we are already a market share leader in this segment. So Paraguay will break records in this journey, as we saw in Argentina. Our premium product mix in Argentina is the highlight, much above the competitors, and also growing year over year. So this is the objective and the work we have been doing. So our north, or our mandala, are these 7 priorities that we will continue to focus on from here on. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We talked about a great value leverage, which is mobility that grows and is expanding in Brazil and in Paraguay, as well as in Argentina. And now we will change the focus and talk about the power area. Power, which is born with a legacy of its founders, the entrepreneurial spirit of Cosan, the experience regarding the client bases, which is Shell. And then we have Raízen, which is strong. Raízen that arrives in the market after 10 years operating, where the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. This is very important because the energy, the renewable energy area, just like mobility and other value leverages that will be touched on in other presentations, starts having dynamics and capacity to deliver value to the shareholders that is ever growing and exponential. So the trajectory of the power area of renewable energy has this contents, where you start perceiving that in economic theory, it is possible for the sum of the parts to be greater than the whole. Renewable energies, what are we doing? What is the operational model? This operational model operates so as to replicate and feed a triad that is concentrated on the focus on consumers, the primary generators of value. So when you focus on consumers, you have access to them. And when you have access to consumers, you are able to ensure that you make available innovative products in a dynamic world. But only by focusing on consumers is not enough. You also need a trading area an energy desk that is strong, that is savvy and technical to ensure that the electric power market is protected and shared in a very volatile world. The the power market in Brazil is very volatile, and you need to manage risk and other factors with excellence and technical knowledge. And besides this, you transition to a 100% renewable world based on an Raízen ecosystem. The renewable energy that comes from biomass, from expanding our strategy for solar distributed energy, and also the concept of bringing to consumers other types of energy efficiencies by means of AC management. So you can see that this virtuous cycle, clients, trading, and renewable assets, one feeds the other. We tested this model during 22 and 23. And what a model and what a success. Everything turned out right in this year. A year in which the focus on clients ensured significant expansion of our client bases, literally exponential growth. We have become one of the largest energy traders in the country. We delivered to shareholders robust results, and we leveraged our entry in solar distributed generation. Besides this, in 22-23, as Tel mentioned, we launched the Shell Recharge program in Brazil to make available electric chargers throughout the country by means of the registry in our app of 3,300 drivers of EVs. So ecosystem, chargers available on the streets, and the app talking directly to consumers. So we did all of this. We are proud of this. And we decided to look forward with a new brand, to create an identity in the electric sector. So I will share with you a 1-minute video that shows you this essence, which demonstrates what this Raízen Power brand means.
Dia, o poder do amanhecer, a força da manhã. Eu escolho a energia da semente que brota. Escolho a eletricidade que acende a alma, que provoca arrepios. Eu escolho o que fica e o que passa. O que modifica e o que me transforma. A tecnologia que nos aproxima, que nos faz mais humanos. Eu escolho tudo que nos faz crescer. E sei que as minhas escolhas movem o mundo. Por isso, eu escolho uma marca que me dê opções e pense como eu. Uma marca jovem, mas grande o suficiente para equilibrar solidez e agilidade. Uma marca que me dê soluções de presente e de futuro, de uma forma responsável, versátil e comprometida com o meio ambiente. Uma marca do nosso tempo, do meu tempo, empenhada em trazer sempre as melhores soluções para cada um dos seus clientes. Essa é a minha escolha. E eu sei que não estou sozinho. E você, qual a sua escolha? Raízen Power. Suas escolhas movem o mundo.
I don't know about you, but I always get goosebumps when I see that. Because this is a brand that has the purpose of bringing to the market solutions that improve the quality of life of people. This is our commitment to develop, together with consumers' choices, your choices, how we will power the world. A brand that recalls its origins, earth, roots that sprout, and seeds that fly. Seeds that become leaves, become green and sustainable, available to all consumers we have. This is the Raízen Power brand. Why? Because we are in a world in transition, a world that by means of technological transformations and market conditions have made consumers be at the wheel of their vehicles. And there they decide the most favorable price with regard to their preferences. A vehicle in which they want people and companies that are solid, ethical, efficient, and obviously connected in a holistic way to the world in a renewable fashion. So the choices of these consumers in the Brazilian power sector that are in command. And what is the proportion of these consumers? It's an incredible number. 8 in every 10 Brazilian consumers today, if they could, would choose their supplier. That's the good news. But now let's make things a bit more complicated. Where are these consumers? Everywhere. 85 million consumers in Brazil in high voltage, low voltage, free market, captive market. So what is the secret? So how do you get close to this consumer that is behind their wheel? And how do you find solutions for them? Our solution is one word: proximity. We need to be close to our consumers. And how are we doing this? What is our strategy? The strategy that we call the channel carousel. Here, I would like to present two types of wheels: the internal wheel of the Raízen ecosystem and the external wheel that expands from this ecosystem. In the internal wheel, I will give you some examples of how it is possible to point to any place on this wheel and how you can find consumers of any size: large, mid-sized, and small consumers. So the Raízen ecosystem wheel example is the fact that we already supply energy or are offering support to migrate from the free market with 1,000 service stations with the Shell brand. Another example are companies of the Cosan group. We are the energy managers of Rumo, the largest railroad company in the country that grows and grows with Raízen. Another example, the digitized use of the capacity of accessing Brazilian consumers of Shellbox, a powerful tool to find distinct levers. So this is the power of the internal wheel. But we didn't stop here. We expanded to the external world, which is a much larger ecosystem, one that sometimes is digital, where you demystify electric power consumption. I will talk more about this later on. Second, by means of autonomous reps who today have a conversion rate that is twice that of any other channel on this wheel. This is how we can, in partnership with a professional, how you can improve the quality of life of people. So the conversion rate is really impressive. And the third point are strategic partnerships. Today we have 4 of them. One of them is with Heineken, where jointly we approach and offer Heineken consumers at their points of sale 1 million points of sale, electric power from Raízen Power, the internal wheel, the external wheel of channel, and proximity to consumers. This is our strategy. And what does this make of us? Literally, a one-stop shop. And please follow me through this slide so that you can understand by means of words what this means. What is this concept in practice? Let's start with the first area for all consumers. Mercado Livre, check. Distributed generation, check. Solar panels on people's rooftops, check. Air conditioning management, it's not here, but we also do it, check. Electric mobility, check. What does this mean? Literally, in practical and objective terms, an integrated power ecosystem. So an integrated power ecosystem that is ever more digital. Why? Because digital brings an easier relationship with consumers of any size and at a lower cost. So we work in the channels, the so-called wheels, with our strategy and with national coverage. We have products for all consumers, coverage, and proximity, and always 100% renewable. Biomass, solar energy, biogas, and even for small power plants, hydroelectric power plants. So this is the one-stop shop. And what does this make of us? A company in Brazil that is literally at all places. Larger clients, mid-sized clients, and small-sized clients. Of the larger ones, we have hundreds of operations that our trading desk does. So pricing, hedging, etc. We also support the Guarulhos Airport with the purchase of electric power long-term at fixed prices. So you will provide cash flow stability. We also do this for Volkswagen. And I could stay here days talking about thousands of clients. So the airport and Volkswagen are just some examples of many. I will give you 3 brief examples of mid-sized and small clients, because this is our moment of expansion. Let's talk about barbershops, for example. Gyms that we call low voltage clients. They are connected to the network at the level of energy distribution. I could be talking about SmartFit, for example, or Door Network, or several other examples. There are thousands of examples. But I want to talk a little bit about OXXO to show you the power of convergence between areas. Within this context, we have a company, a retailer, as Cardoso was telling us, a store a day. I don't know if we'll be consistent with this number. So we have more than 300 stores that can service their consumers with energy reduction. So 90 million reais of savings in energy and energy efficiency. So we are managing comfort by means of AC at all these stores. So this program can be offered to retailers across Brazil. This is an example of how we are present at all places and are expanding with small and mid-sized customers. A second example is the example of electromobility. So expanding on what Tel mentioned regarding our efforts, and much more important than that, the opportunity to have the Shell Group as one of our shareholders. Why is this important? Because Shell leadership in the world with 120,000 recharging stations allows us to bring to Brazil a quality product that is safe and fast. So what does this mean? So quality and safety. You should imagine that when you have an EV, what is the most important asset of that car? The batteries. Batteries, it talks to the external world by means of what? By means of the charger. If you have a good charger, you will be able to ensure that you are preserving your asset. In the context of a B2B company, we closed an agreement and supplied electric power to Vivo and Ambev, and we closed a partnership with Mercado Livre.
So the importance of the battery, the quality of that recharger, and also to drivers. We need to make sure that their assets are preserved. So what has Shell done to that end? And we are taking part in that program. It tests chargers. It chooses and endorses chargers. And they're doing that at 3 different research centers, one in Hamburg, one in Amsterdam, and the third one in Los Angeles. Right now, we are able, like no other company in Brazil, to bring the concept of quality and safety to this country. Our focus is on making sure that our clients can recharge their cars quickly using 50 or 150 kilowatts chargers. And this program is so good that we now have a partnership with Porsche, which ensures that we are able to, together with that kind of company, that we can grow and meet the growing demands as the electric vehicle fleet increases. I'm going to give you a couple of seconds if you want to download the app with the QR code where we can have the recharge. You can open up, you can register, and by doing that, you can plan your journeys and decide what kind of recharger you want at what price. This is happening right here, right now. Last example. Raízen Power has products. As of last week, everything is new. We're growing. We have B2C products, residential customers. It's all digital, it's all uncomplicated, and here's another QR code. If you scan it, if you are in this region, this is our first wave, CEMIG or CPFL Paulista, in 5 minutes you can contract solar power with a discount on your bill. Takes 5 minutes. Here's the QR code. If you don't live in Belo Horizonte or Piracicaba or Campinas, you may have a relative who does. It takes 5 minutes. It's such a huge hit that within 1 week of a pilot project we ran with our employees, we were able to sign up 400 contracts with the potential of signing another 800 people. That's 1 week in the B2C market. We are everywhere. Major clients mid-sized clients, smaller clients, whether they are on the streets or whether they are in their homes. And with that kind of power, the power that Raízen Power has, we have an ambition. And I tell my team, it's no longer an ambition, it's our obligation. The obligation to continue to be relevant in the Brazilian market. The obligation to grow, to continue to be big in sales, to generate EBITDA that follows the growth in our customer base, and the objective being having 6 million clients on our client base, ensuring our market share in electromobility, and to increase our footprint in renewables with our distributed power generation sites. So this is Raízen Power. It's not my choice, it's not my team's choice, it's your choice, you investors, you clients. Your choices move the world. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Francis Queen, who is going to talk about our agro-industrial journey. Thank you. Good morning. Pleasure to be here. To those of you who don't know me, my name is Francis Queen, and I'm in charge of our sugar and renewables operation, and I'm going to talk about our agro-industrial journey. And to talk about our journey, I will focus on two key pillars to our business. They are truly transformational, and they can take our results to another level. The first pillar is agro-industrial efficiency. This is something we've been talking to you about for a while now, and it involves our agricultural yield in our own sugarcane crops and agro-industrial efficiency, reducing our unit costs, which is helped by yield, because when you have more volume, you can decrease your operating fixed costs. And portfolio management, not just land lease, but also sugarcane, because that gives us an opportunity to increase profitability. And this pillar, the pillar of excellence, is supported by our excellence program that Musa mentioned in the opening remarks. So we have an excellence program that aims to ensure quality and consistency in our deliveries. And this is a key pillar, and we'll have an opportunity to take a more in-depth look at it. The second pillar is our growth in renewables. This is also a topic we discussed a lot in our IPO, our plan to invest in renewables. And the main element of this program is our investment in second-generation ethanol. And during this presentation, we will be talking about our performance, how we are delivering on our commitments, and our rollout program. How are we doing when we compare what we're doing to what we had promised way back when? So, let's take a closer look at efficiency. The main topic here is our yield with our own sugarcane. And let me share this concept with you. The potential of our sugarcane plantation. As we get to know the land, as we get to know the soil, you can conduct a technical assessment looking at sun radiation, rain, heat, and you will know in theory what you can extract from your sugarcane crop. That is the potential of your sugarcane crop. And when we look at the potential to lease land, in theory, the number is 83 tons per hectare. That's how much sugarcane we should be able to extract for each hectare of land that we grow cane on. Now I'd like to share with you our results from last year. We only delivered 7 tons per hectare in our own operations. That gap in a commodity business is obviously huge in terms of cost and in terms of product volume. So what we're trying to do is understand concretely what this opportunity is. What does it mean to go from 70 to 83 tons per hectare? Obviously, there's the climate, but we're talking about a 20% gap. So obviously, this is an operating gap, which we need to deal with so that we can unleash the potential of our sugarcane crop. When we look at our efficiency journey, where the main component is yield, but it also involves using our portfolio, optimizing costs. If we look at last year, considering Consecana at 1.17, that was the Consecana range we had at the close of the 2023 crop year, we get 3 billion reais worth of annual cash generation. That is transformational. That takes results to another level. That's how relevant our journey is, getting to 94 million tons to deliver on our efficiency plan as per our operating excellence program. So what have I brought to show you where we are and how we're progressing on this journey? This chart shows the different sugarcane cuts, first cut, second cut, third cut. This is the sugarcane cycle, and we're comparing how we have kept to the potential I mentioned earlier compared to how our suppliers have done in terms of their potential. And this chart is interesting because sugarcane suppliers operate in neighboring areas. They're very similar to where we grow sugarcane, and their potential is very close to ours, around 83 as well. So we are able to eliminate climate effects that have been seen over the years. So results here start in 2013 all the way through to this crop year. And what I wanted to draw your attention to, which is something that we talked a lot about during our IPO, was the moment when, due to decisions we had to make due to CapEx restrictions, operating issues, we started to move away from the figures. Around 2017, this relevant gap started to appear, and the main gap happened at the first cut. And 2019, that was close to a 15% difference, which accounts for 17 to 20 tons worth of impact, depending on the potential of the first cut sugarcane. And depending on that impact, it will affect the whole cycle, because if your sugarcane crop has issues, has weeds, it will affect the entire life cycle of that plot. Going back to what we talked about in 2021 during the IPO, what we said was, look, we know what the problem is, we know what we're doing wrong, and we're going to fix it. Then in 2021, we said, we have already fixed our first cut sugarcane. The first cut sugarcane has already reached that sugarcane plantation potential, and we showed you the results. We were in line with the competition, in line with the market. And then last year, once again, we announced our results and we said, look, first cut sugarcane is still in line. We've solved the problem. There hasn't been any planting problems. Now, when we look at the figures for this year, last point in the chart, we see that we've harvested, what, about 10% of the sugarcane crop. Things are looking good. It looks like things are going very well. Okay, what about the second cut? What did we see last year that we announced during our earnings release? The first cut from 2021 became a second cut sugarcane, and it had a potential. So we were closing that gap. That curve we see in the first cut and the second cut, it's decreasing. And this year, based on the harvest so far, our second cut is also in line. And finally, this year, as expected, we see for the first time the third cut gap has been bridged. As we said back then, this is a 5-year cycle, and we are very confident that within 2 years we will be completely closing the gap for the fourth and the fifth sugarcane crop, and we will have reached our sugarcane plantation potential. This is important because what had happened so far was that we were getting the first cut right, we were getting the second cut right, but because our older sugarcane crops were doing worse, everything we made in the first couple of cuts, we lost in the last couple of cuts. So if you looked at the net effect, there wasn't that much change. But this year, for the first time, more than half of our sugarcane crop is according to its potential, both in the first, second, and third cuts. If you know this crop, you know it starts off with 115 tons per hectare, and then it drops down to 60 to 70 tons per hectare in the fourth and the fifth cut. So the deliverable on sugarcane is highly concentrated in the first and second cut. This year, for the first time, we'll see the results of our work being reflected on the nominal yield. And we will be closing that gap, which accounts for 3 billion reais in our bottom line. So what we did was, what are we doing to make sure that this is consistent, that this is sustainable? First, and we announced this in 2021, we've completely reviewed our planting, tilling, harvesting practices. We've revamped the indicators for all the teams, not looking so much at the short term. It's important to look at costs, but in this business, you need to look to the future. You need to look at yield, reaching potential, and we need to set goals. We need to set the right goals and have the right incentives for the team. So we've made a lot of investments in technology precisely so we could make sure that we had the right quality control processes in place. Digitally, we're going to talk a bit more about what we're doing to make sure that we can manage all of our planted area, and field quality processes as well, where we monitor the operation on a daily basis, and we can see how we're doing online, what our agricultural quality is like. And now I'm going to play a video for you precisely about agricultural process quality.
At Raízen, we work every day to develop agricultural processes and technologies to fly even further. We want to be a reference in productivity, efficiency, and innovation to offer the best energy to the world. Everything starts with improved planting and better agricultural practices that, together with exclusive technologies, ensure control and quality. For this, we rely on geotechnology, such as UAVs. Its use consists of an overflight to capture images, which are analyzed using artificial intelligence software. With this, we can plan the layout of our sugarcane plantations when planting them, thereby conserving the soil, avoiding failures, identifying weeds, capturing operational performance, and determining improvement opportunities after planting. A well-formed sugarcane field is key to good productivity, and caring for this cane plantation over the years is essential to ensure a lasting culture. For this, we control rigorously the harvest by following its quality and assessing the field via our Central Integration Agro-Industry, CIA. At CIA, we analyze online the harvest, loading, and transportation operations, providing the team with more efficient machinery follow-up and improved quality. This results in cheaper operations that allow the sugarcane plant population to be maintained with less trampling and soil compaction. Weeds and pests are monitored by UAVs and technologies that allow us to choose the best control tools. Kronos, for example, is a pioneering agricultural implement that helps optimize important operations and allows to maintain our sugarcane plantation healthy. By ensuring productivity and longevity based on good practices, quality, and technology, we guarantee sustainability in our production. Our monitoring via satellite generates images every 5 minutes, identifying possible fires in the productive areas. All this technology guarantees safer work in our operations. The use of software and logistical strategies offers truck traffic control and monitors the driving profile of drivers to avoid accidents and ensure quality. Improved plantations, productivity during harvesting, and quality treatment guarantee the future of our energy. Raízen, reshaping the future of energy.
Legal.
Great. And that's why we're confident that we have dealt with the issue. We've invested a great deal in making sure the basic elements are well done. We've invested in process control, so we are sure that we'll come out the other end. And the second pillar, which is key to the business, as I said, it's 3 billion worth of cash generation this year. We're on the right track to get that. And the second pillar, which has a huge impact on our business, is our growth in renewables, more specifically, second-generation ethanol. And obviously, on our journey to deliver on this, last year we had another milestone, record production in our plant, over 30 million liters in 1 year, major growth in 4 years, 80% increase in production in this first plant in Piracicaba. So everything points to the fact that we're on the right track. The largest E2G plant in the world operating with stability and some record deliverables along the year, which makes us confident about our investment plan. Within 1 month, we got to 3.5 million liters produced a month, and if you annualize that, it's closer to the future capacity of our 82 million liters in our plants. And these new plants we're building include many enhancements when compared to the first plant. I mean, that was the first plant. So obviously, we're expecting huge upside from these new plants we'll be delivering soon. So what about our rollouts? We've announced this to the market. Our commercial team has sold 8 plants in addition to the one that is being executed now. They have been announced to the market, sold, and right now we're building 5 plants concomitantly. We will be seeing where they're at in a minute. Each of these 8 plants that have been sold, and these 5, their capacity is 82 million liters, and our capex for these plants that are being built is roughly 1.2 billion reais, which is a very positive scenario for us because you've heard when we announced these 5 plants, it's close to €1 per liter, 1,000 euros per cubic meter. And at this minimum price, that is the minimum price because we have an upside, right? We have guaranteed returns of 20% leveraged. That's the kind of financial impact we're talking about through the implementation of this E2G growth plan. And looking forward, our plan is this year, the first plant will be up and running in the second half of the year. And as we had said during the IPO, we will have another 2 plants coming into operation a year. And then in 2027, we'll have 3 a year. and we'll have 20 plants by 2030-31. That's huge. What we're doing is to add 1.6 billion liters of cellulosic ethanol with this kind of premium without adding a single agricultural hectare. And you know this business, so you know our cost. You know what our recurring capex is to keep our sugarcane crop going. Adding this kind of number by using waste alone is huge to our cash generation. We're getting bigger returns on our business. We have very relevant cash generation for our business, and we're bringing stability to this business because these contracts have fixed value, hard currency, and that changes the profile of the company. This program has the power to truly transform our business. So how are we going to deliver all this? The way we're approaching this is very conservatively from the start. We are working with modules. So we took the design of our plant and the critical components of our Piracicaba plant, and we have repeated that model. So this new plant includes 2 modules that are currently in operation in Piracicaba. And that's a win-win because over 80% of our plant is standard. So we're just repeating the same process over and over again, 20 times using the same equipment. They're all interchangeable among the different sites. There's huge synergy, and that is translated clearly into less risk and less cost. And what's important here? First, people. We're completely ready. We have 3 different divisions focusing on construction. We've brought in senior people from the market, 2 mining directors, people from civil construction to help us. Because these are major investments, and the people who will be running these plants, that human capital is key. We're bringing them in 2 years ahead of time. Managers, supervisors. Soon we'll be bringing in the rest of the operating team. We're training these people. We're taking them to Piracicaba. Our plant is up and running there, and they are learning on site, hands-on. And we're using those people in the construction work as well. So we're doing really well on people. And because these are modules, because everything is standardized, we are already ordering all the critical equipment for the plants that will be ready in 2026. How many people can look that far ahead? 10 years. We're planning. We're making the most of the synergy we have with the rest of our ecosystem. And the same goes for input. We have very long-term contracts for all the critical components, special alloys we're going to need, enzymes, everything well ahead of time, and with the commitment of our main suppliers and partners, which are key. For each of these plants we're building, we'll need 2,000 people on site. Huge construction effort, and we are working on these long-term partnerships, engaging the partners, giving them a long-term view, looking at what's going to happen ahead, minimizing cost, and this will be beneficial to the whole process. And last but not least, I would like to talk about what's coming. What's coming after all this? This is in our hands. We have the biomass, we have everything. We still have lots of efficiency opportunities. We are alone in this market. No one else has a commercial solution to produce cellulosic ethanol. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to develop on enzymes, on yeast, on materials, internal processes. So when we talk about growing, there are huge avenues with our hardware, and biomass is a key element in our process. It's a very hard process. It's no surprise that the other companies, the competition has failed. It's a difficult process. There's corrosion, there's pressure, there are high temperatures. And what we can do in terms of processing, cleaning the bagasse, will be hugely relevant to convert products, to make capacity available at the plants. And out of these effects, we see a clear potential for these plants to get to 9 million liters. And that will take place over the next few years. And we have more disruptive avenues to explore as well. You are all familiar with our market, and you know that we use practically all our bagasse to produce energy and steam for our plants. We're self-sufficient, but we use practically all of our bagasse to do that. If we are able to find, and we will find, actually it's not if, it's when we find a solution to replace that, whether it be a different biomass or electricity. There's a very promising market out there in terms of power prices, a downward trend looking at the long-term future. We know that we will have the opportunity to replace that bagasse, and the bagasse that we're using right now to produce power and steam would be enough to build another 40 E2G plants. That's the kind of value we'll be able to unleash. And lastly, I'm going to talk about tech licenses. This is another huge opportunity we're just beginning to explore. We're talking about 20 plants that have been planned, 40 potential plants from our bagasse. We're talking about Raízen, which accounts for a little less than 10% of the market. And Brazil is not the global sugarcane market. If we talk about exploring cellulosic ethanol for sugarcane, we're talking about a universe that is 20 times larger. And if we talk about exploring other kinds of biomass, that's an even bigger blue ocean that we can explore and grow. This is in our hands. We do have the plan for 20 plants, but we have an ocean of opportunities that we will be unlocking so that we can deliver years of growth to this business. And that's what I had for you today. So now we'll hear from Paulo Neves, our trading VP, who are going to talk about our commercial position.
Thank you, Francis. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you once again. And I will talk a bit about sugar and ethanol. So I will continue this discussion with you. Let's start with sugar. I have two purposes to fulfill with you on sugar. One, to talk about the new market cycle, the new balance of the market regarding sugar. And second, regarding the implementation of our trading strategy for sugar that we have been discussing for a while. So starting to talk about the sugar market, I need to recall that the world population continues to grow. We can see here that it is growing mainly in developing countries with lower income, as you can see on the graph. Above 10% in some cases still today. These are countries where the average sugar consumption is still below the world average and below the healthy levels of consumption. So this combination promotes a scenario in which sugar demand grows in a stable and structuring fashion in recent years and for the next 10 years. And prices are inelastic with 2 million tons every year. This is what we expect from here on. If we look on the supply side, on the other hand, we have not observed any additional growth in new plants, in new installed capacity. Over the years, this has promoted the full use of all installed capacity in the world, with the exception of Thailand, where the competitiveness with cassava Until today, it's very difficult for sugar. But in all other regions of the world, as you can see, we have reached a limit. So we have reached a moment in which new investments are necessary for this growing demand to be met. And how will this happen? By means of a new price balance. It's important to say that the reality of production costs around the world is very different. And Brazil undoubtedly is the most efficient country for sugarcane production and therefore has the lowest production cost. So, what do we expect with this? We expect, first of all, a reality of new prices. Last year, we were already talking about this, and 2 years ago as well. And this is already a reality in the last 3 years in this market. And this is here to stay because these investments need to occur. So, this new price balance should maintain itself over upcoming years until we have new installed capacity. And this new installed capacity should probably happen here in Brazil, taking our country to become an even greater reference in the international trade for sugar. At this moment, I would like to recall our strategy and everything that Raízen has done as a leader in this market, as a producer, and and I will show you how we have implemented our strategy. You may recall that last year I shared with you an update. We had reached 50% of our sugar trading at the end client, at the destination. We focus strongly in approaching our clients, investing on our relationship with them, and understanding their needs and reaching out to them. Musa already anticipated a bit of my history, and in reality, we have reached there. So, 100% of sugar of Raízen reached the end consumer in over 40 countries around the world, meeting different consumer needs and meeting everything you can imagine in the offering of products and services to different clients around the world. So I call this a very natural issue. Raízen's positioning and what we achieve now is very natural. We are the largest sugar producers in the world, the most competitive in our history. You saw this approach of valuing clients and developing solutions in all our businesses. And what we did in recent years was to join these components so that this portfolio would consolidate as it has now. And an example for you of what we do. And I also commented very quickly on this example a year ago because it was there at the beginning. In just 1 year, we put into operation the first totally traceable sugar chain in the world. So since planting, from the start of the process until the end client, in all these countries that we will deliver this sugar, we will trace the entire chain. Why do we do this? In some countries, our clients need this. They need to ensure they are promoting healthy food for their consumers that is non-GMO. And then we developed the solution of complete traceability so that we could prove to these clients that they could promise this to their end consumers in their chains. So this is a clear example of what we are capable as a company and how we approach this. So in less than a year that we started discussing this in June, July last year, 40% of our total production is already traded within this model. So this already brings us added value for a traditional commodity that only Raízen can promote for its clients. And this story doesn't stop here. Most probably, next year, when we sit down and talk again, this number will be more than double. Demand and the market reality for this solution is knocking on doors in more places around the world, and more clients are seeking the solution that Raízen developed. So, a completely segregated chain covering all stages and arriving at the end consumer with the guaranteed quality they seek. So I'd like to share this update with you, and we're very proud that we trailed this path and built this together in recent years. What we did with the sugar, just to contextualize for you, is also to replicate what we had already done in ethanol. So following the same steps of the Raízen DNA, connect with clients, build unique solutions in the value chains in which we are leaders. And naturally, once again, we have the capacity to become the world reference. This is what we are in ethanol, and I will try to translate this a bit for you. I think you already know this story. We have and continue with an ethanol portfolio in which 80% is concentrated in other markets that differentiate the products, because all attributes are sustainable from the origin of the sugar cane, and you have lower emissions. So we continue to seek to differentiate ourselves and tackle markets in which this relationship with clients is highly valued and adds additional value to what a commodity naturally brings to a company. And we see this in the ethanol practice. History repeats itself. It continues at this same level of intensity, and results show that besides the added value that is consistently generated year over year for ethanol, this unique approach that makes Raízen be the only company in the world to act in all ethanol segments makes us also capable of mitigating better than any other company the associated risks to trading a product that is similar to a commodity. So this is the ethanol history. So more than just being world leaders for many years, not just in Brazil, but also in other regions of the world, US, Europe, and Asia, is consolidating year after year. And this makes us be the best positioned companies to strive on the forthcoming opportunities. This is our demand growth for ethanol in upcoming years, so 2030, 2035, so it's not in such a remote future. And it is based on some facts. The global need for decarbonizing, and countries and governments are stimulating the growth in demand, but it doesn't stop here. This also touches on various other segments that are seeking solutions for decarbonization. These are new, up-to-date numbers that are more relevant than what we showed last year, and these numbers show the reality we already live in many cases. So I will show you that much of what is here is starting to be built as new client capacities and new installed capacities throughout the world. So it is becoming a reality after 1 year. The first example, with traditional ethanol fuel that replaces gasoline in passenger cars around the world. It's incredible, but less than 6% of the fuel used in the world, excluding Brazil, ethanol is a very low percentage, and this shows the size of the potential that this market has to expand. And when we look at the mandates for upcoming years, this percentage should increase because more and more countries will stimulate the use of ethanol. So this is the projection. Each percentage point represents 12 million cubic meters or 12 billion liters per year. So Raízen produces 3 billion liters per year, and we're talking about 30 billion. And what the world needs to do is what we already did in Brazil. On purpose, I placed a chart showing the penetration of ethanol in the world without Brazil. So gasoline in Brazil has 27% ethanol, and ethanol, which is 100%, we only use 40% of passenger vehicles with ethanol. And the city of São Paulo is the main example of this story. 20 years ago, this is where we started and expanded the story of flex vehicles in the country. And this is where we mostly reap the benefits of this story. So São Paulo is the sixth and certainly one of the top 10 cities in the world. And I challenge you to guess in which position we are in terms of emissions, globally speaking. And this is 20 years after the advent of flex and ethanol. And this is the story that Raízen is taking to the world, and it is already acknowledged for ethanol, and we will be more and more acknowledged. The number is 1,872. So in the world, there are 1,871 cities with more emissions than ours. So we should be very proud. And this story continues year after year. The emissions continue to drop, and the continuity regarding the choice of ethanol continues to show its results. Here's the source. I invite you to learn more about this ranking, but I'm sure that people who travel a lot, like myself, when you land in several cities in Asia, you can perceive this very quickly, that you are not in the city of São Paulo. So this is the first part of the story. There are others regarding ethanol demand around the world. So I will give you another two examples. A second example of a market that will also be mandated. In other words, governments and states are developing goals to be fulfilled in terms of decarbonizing, which is SAF. And this segment currently has no alternative to resolve decarbonizing. And we're talking about aviation. So ethanol, we hope that by 2030, the SAF demand around the world be around 20 billion liters a year. This represents around 4.5% of the entire SAF that we expect to see in the world. Not all SAF will be produced based on ethanol. Being conservative, we consider that only 25% of this will come from ethanol. When we look at these 25%, we are talking in 2030 of an additional demand of 9 billion liters of ethanol. And furthermore, spread throughout the world, as you can see on the graph, and 60% of this already announced. So 60% of this demand we already have today in 2023 of plants being built to produce this SAF. So ethanol plants. So alcohol to jet, which is the name of the technology used for this. So the first one, the pilot plant, will be concluded this year in the U.S. This is our expectation. And for this plant, the only certified ethanol capable of promoting the necessary emissions reduction is the sugarcane ethanol of Raízen. So end to end, the first company that makes and builds all the solutions end to end that is 100% traceable is Raízen. So no coincidence that this first plant only has one certified ethanol that is ready to supply it, which is the sugarcane ethanol of Raízen. So another mandated market. Another example. It doesn't stop here. Just one more. Now of a market that has also become a reality in recent months and has announced new infrastructure spread throughout the world for production, which is the biochemical market. So green ethanol. Ethylenes, sorry. Here we don't have mandates. So only 2% of this market, if it becomes a green biochemical product based on sugarcane, as we already see today, and we already supply this in Brazil to the world, we are talking about an additional demand of 11 billion liters a year. Here, an example of one case, one company that has been one of the precursors in this discussion. This is not a mandated market, but just to give you a brief idea of our background and what we have been building actually represents. Let's see the video.
And join the LEGO Group's sustainable materials mission.
It's the incredible creature Plantus Maximus.
Plantus Maximus was very excited to tell his LEGO brick friends what happened, how sugarcane was used to create LEGO elements sustainably, and how one day all LEGO creatures will be just like Plantus.
Using his blasters, Plantus jumped to the planet Bouncy Ball, but the whole planet started spinning around.
Okay.
Using his Sustainus cannon, he turned the whole planet green.
Wow.
Then he brought his new friends back home to the sugarcane field. And his friends also became superheroes and went off to continue the big mission.
The big mission that all LEGO bricks will be made from sustainable materials by 2030.
Muito legal, né, gente?
Very nice, right? I really feel touched by this. And this really motivates me to get up in the morning and rush off to make this become a reality. And this is the message I would like to leave with you. A very nice story, but I could stop here, but the story doesn't stop. Besides this, Raízen is the only company in the world that has a proprietary technology that produced this is pulp-based ethanol, large scale. This is ready. Francis showed you. So we have 30 million liters this last year. And we have this entire story to continue to be told and to place another chapter in Raízen's history with its clients, which is a company capable of delivering the best decarbonizing solutions for our clients. This is how we are seen. Also, with pulp-based ethanol around the world. And why E2G? I haven't talked about this attribute yet, but maybe this is the most important of all. It is made of waste. It's waste-based, as we so call it in the market. In a world where the population continues to grow, it doesn't compete with food. So this discussion is not on the table. So it is solved by E2G, and it's unique. Nobody else offers this. So to make a long story short, to update you on what we see in the E2G market, we continue to be able to trade this product better and better. The hands represent the moments of the great deals we made. always in the long term, first line companies, always in strong currencies, exactly because the world already acknowledges our solution and recognizes that they need to sponsor this supply to meet this demand that I showed you. And this demand will be met more and more by Raízen. França showed you how much we have in our history in terms of E2G growth lying ahead. Another successful plant, another plant will be ready this year, and a potential to increase a lot the solution by Raízen for the world. And this is still a very small parcel of our challenge towards humanity and the goals that I shared with you that need to be met. So, I hope I have shown you that Raízen is a reference in this market. No other company is like us to promote these solutions, and all investments that we have made in the last 10 years to approach our clients, to understand their needs, and to build solutions that no one else can deliver like us, because no one has chosen to look at clients as we have, coupled with the market opportunity that we have, will offer us to be protagonists like never equaled before. So Raízen, besides being recognized and our clients are willing to leverage our market in the long term, and besides having the established logistics and infrastructure, so we don't need any additional investments in ports, terminals, railroads, etc. And besides being a unique solution for some sectors that are seeking to decarbonize, as I showed you, this has to pass through Raízen, a unique company. And besides everything we already do with ethanol, we also offer E2G without any additional sugarcane plants, like no one does in the world. So, Casari, the floor is yours once again. Thank you. Now we will have a quick break, a 15-minute break. And I would like to invite all of you to visit our exposure area here next to us. There's also a Shell box where you can see what it's like to use the tool. We have the new coffee of Shell Cafe. And if you want to take photos with our winning stock car model, please feel free to do so. So we will see you back in 15 minutes.
an arrow to the heart. I never kissed a mouth that tastes like yours. Strawberries and something more. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Lipstick on my guitar. Fill up the engine, we can drive real far. Go dancing underneath the stars. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss your eyes. I wanna drink that smile. I wanna feel like my soul's on fire. I wanna stay up all day and all night. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the myself to carry on. No love and no admission. Take this from me tonight. Oh, let's fight. Oh, let's fight. Oh, let's fight. And eyes. She's out to get you, danger by design. Cold-blooded vixen, she don't compromise. She's something mystical in color lights. So far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, don't be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Say, sugar, sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Sweet talking lady, love how you entice. Sugar with just the right amount of spice. Charming, alluring, everyone's desire. She's out to get you, you can't run, you can't hide. She's something mystical in color lights. I say, so far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, well, baby, don't you be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? But you won't get me tonight. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you.
Vamos lá, pessoal. Vamos voltando aí para nossa segunda parte.
We're back for the second part.
Evento. Bom, vamos lá, pessoal. A gente vai começando até que todo mundo se acomode. A gente tem a segunda parte agora, que é a parte...
We'll now have the second part of the event. and we'll have a discussion about strategy, and then Carlos is going to talk about financial results, and to conclude, our CEO, Ricardo Mussa, will come back for his closing remarks. And then we'll have our Q&A session. So now, Paula Kowarski. Can we get the clicker for Paula, please?
Bom dia, pessoal.
Good morning. Can we take our seats, please? I was thinking about how I was going to talk about strategy, energy transition, and reconnect our conversation after these amazing presentations we've just seen. And now, let's go back to our challenge. We are right in the middle of a transition journey, lots happening at the same time, lots of opportunities and challenges. Opportunities are bigger than challenges, and we've been studying this topic relentlessly. And the more we study it, the more we convince ourselves that, and to remember what Musa said during the IPO, Raízen is the right company at the right time with the right plan. Why are we so convinced? Why is our conviction increasing? Because we are different. We are unique. And when we are different and unique, sometimes it's not that easy to explain that. It's not that easy to convince people. I've been on the other side of the table. I know how hard it can be to understand this, with all the math that is so difficult. What I can share with you is that I have been conveying this message not only here in Brazil, but abroad about the potential of Raízen. So, to warm up, we decided to have a quiz with 4 quick questions to get the ball rolling. First question. Think quick. What do you think is the global investment required to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius? We are talking about $3 trillion. Almost twice as much as is invested in power a year. The global GDP is 100 trillion. Last year probably grew by 3 or 4%. So you need to invest the global GDP in the decarbonization journey. Whatever that number might be, it's huge. And the conclusion is it has to be done. We have to rush. We have to use the solutions that are available right now. Second question. Based on expert projections, what do you think is the percentage that can be electrified out of the global demand for transportation in 2050? I know it's a long way away, but you'll be surprised. It's 35%. So, what's the conclusion? Raízen and biofuels have lots of room. There's an important electrification journey, and we are incredibly positioned to be the leaders on this journey, whatever percentage it might be, including regional differences. And another question that has to do with what Paulo talked about in terms of food versus fuel, the role of fuels and biofuels. What do you think is the percentage of agricultural area in the world that is used for the production of biofuels? We were going to do an online quiz, but unfortunately the technology beat us. 7% only, all right? So this whole talk about food versus fuel needs to be clarified. And lastly, I don't know if you know, but the energy from our sugarcane accounts for 20% of the Brazilian energy grid. What percentage do you think sugarcane takes up of this country's land? 1%. That's the kind of efficiency potential we're talking about. And based on this data, which is open to public knowledge, we're going to talk to you about what's on our mind in terms of energy transition, and especially how Raízen is going to surf that wave like no one else in Brazil and in the world. If we consider energy transition over time. If we go back to 2020, the pandemic, everybody woke up to the challenge and the importance to address the climate change issue. Somebody woke up one day and said, wow, why don't we electrify the world? We've seen projections and we come to the conclusion that many sectors in the economy find electrification too difficult, too expensive. Aviation, for instance. I don't know if you know, but the energy you find in 1 kilogram of kerosene in aviation, if you think about batteries, right? You need 20 kilograms of battery to get the same energy. So it's too heavy for an airplane. It just wouldn't take off, literally. So we said, okay, fine, we can't electrify that. Okay, so biofuels do have a role to play on this global journey. So fast forward to 2022, there's the Ukraine war, price of power goes up, affects the price of food, and then we realize that biofuels is not just leading to inflation, but also inflation affecting food. And then people think, okay, let's use waste for everything. And we're very convinced of the role of waste-based fuel, but people are talking about used cooking oil, animal fat. I mean, there isn't enough McDonald's to supply the global demand for fuels with used cooking oil. So there is an important role to be played by biofuels, right? And we're all being flooded by information, major pendulum movements, great convictions. The good news is that there is a convergence among all the projections. So we have projections from Shell, BP, McKinsey. If we get all of these projections together, we see that there is a recognition about the role of biofuels in the decarbonization journey. The demand for biofuels should double by 2030 and more than treble by 2050. These are the figures Paulo mentioned to you. If we look at the sustainable aviation fuel mandates that the world has committed to by 2030, it's an equivalent demand for ethanol of 9 billion liters. If we add the gas blending and other fuels, we're going to have to continue to use fossil fuel to a degree, and then you decarbonize that by using biofuels, so that's another 11. If you add that up, that's 20. Brazil produces 30. Amazing, endless demand. Now, if we look at 2050, if we extrapolate these projections, they point to the fact that half of that demand is for sustainable aviation fuel, because there's no expectation to electrify that by 2050. So if you do the math, if you consider 25% of the SAF being produced from ethanol, you're talking about 30 billion liters. That's Brazil plus the US, and it's not enough yet. So, huge demand. Now, if you look at supply, I mentioned waste oils, used cooking oil, animal fat. There's a limitation to all of that. That stops off at 30%, and then there's a recognition, that purple bar, 2030. This is cellulosic, and this is us, right? We're the only ones who can do this so far, and we'll probably be the only ones for a long time. And the pink bar are energy crops. So yes, there is an increase in the production of biofuels from agricultural input. Now look at 2050. Look at the increase in lignocellulosic. Energy crops do lose out on some share, and that light pink bar are synthetics. Sugarcane byproducts also have a role to play in non-biological options. So there's an important role for biofuels to play globally. Leadership. We already had 25%, but now with Biosev and the lubricants business, that's gone down to 24%. But we are driving this forward with Greener, with Musa. It's a challenge, not only to attract these talents, but to retain these talents, to develop these talents, and we'll go far. And before I turn it over to Carlos, our CFO, not only are we changing this in terms of price, but we are also turning this into money. 3 billion reais worth of our debt are green. That's one of our sustainability pillars. So I'll turn it over to the real money man now. Thank you, Paula. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to Raízen Day. Thank you so much for joining us online. So we've seen the company's strategic avenues. We're going to look at our capital structure, how we're managing and governing this company's balance sheet, and the reasons why we have reiterated our EBITDA and CapEx guidance for this year. So let me start by saying that throughout this company's history, it has always gone through tough times, whether it be in the market, whether it be because of climate changes, because of changes to the regulation, and this company has never given up on achieving its goals. An example of that happened last year. You know, last year was very tough in terms of fuels. Cardoso and Tel have shown you the importance of having robust results, and you can only achieve those robust results through discipline, hard work in the field, holding back the price so that we don't pass on cash losses. And even with adverse climate, even with higher interest rates, even with the persisting high inflation rates, the company has delivered the highest EBITDA in its history. And that's huge because it will drive many of our future actions, and it shows this company's attitude in light of all the events that have taken place. Second point is operating cash generation. Even though the balance sheet is at the service of our strategy, you'll remember that in the first quarter of last year, I talked a lot about taking sugar to the destination. Our working capital was being used for that strategy. Paulinho has shown you the benefits that that has brought, all the results we've achieved over the quarters, and the potential that Francis has shown you looking forward. We have now reached another operating cash generation level. And primary cash generation, which is the equation between the adjusted EBITDA minus the recurring CapEx, involving mainly an increase in the number of our service stations, and resellers are at the core of that strategy. We will continue doing that. We will continue to direct our business to work together with the brand, strengthening our relationship with resellers and their satisfaction with our service levels and agricultural yield. Francis has shown you that in detail. That is the main driver to generate short-term value for us. So we're talking about another level of primary cash generation, but without losing sight of our discipline when it comes to recurring CapEx. We also have an adjusted net debt that is adjusted to our balance sheet. Our leverage ratio is stable, 1.3 times the EBITDA. Our net debt is 1.24 billion reais. That's gone up because the IPO funds have been used to implement our strategy, and the allocation of our working capital that has gone to sugar, ethanol, as well as other variables of our business. But the growth of our business, we've gone from 170 billion reais to 250 billion reais worth of net income, make the structure completely consistent. And our returns also are a testament to that progress. After COVID, the company had to implement many measures and countermeasures. We have reached another return on capital employed level, more EBIT generation, and the best capital allocation, given that we have a more disciplined capital structure in the company right now, and we'll be talking about that in a minute. Now, I just wanted to, before we talk about our commandments, and we've been talking about them every quarter, a key aspect of our business, and it's what sets us apart, and that is governance. Our board has a vision and a purpose that are completely in line, and that makes decision-making much easier. Certain decisions, which may seem difficult to most people, they're very easy to be made in our group because our strategy is very clear. We have the focus. Our capital management sustains cash generation to support our investment cycle. Our people management is based on meritocracy and entrepreneurship, which is what we've seen in the history of these groups. Access to information, including Shell and Cosan, which allows us to enhance our business technology and risk management. And you saw during Saliba's presentation, he talked a lot about market opportunities and how we can be sharp. He mentioned being sharp, and to us being sharp means having discipline when we manage our risks. We have control over all of our operations, all of our desks, a clear risk border, so that we do not put our balance sheet at risk. So these are the 5 fronts of our governance, and they work very naturally, very transparently. We have members of our board here, Luciana, Luis Enrique, representatives of the shareholders, Cosan, Shell, represented by Laurent. So we're constantly talking about this. It's very natural, and it's what makes us move forward on these commitments. The first of which is to preserve our investment grade in our investment cycle.
It seems contradictory, but it's not. You are able to maintain the balance sheet at a prudent leverage level. You also don't have liquidity shocks on your balance sheet. You strengthen your balance sheet based on tax monetization opportunities. After this first priority, so all decisions, they need to meet the conditions of this first commandment, we move on to CAPEX allocation, which needs to be in line with our priority strategy for capital allocation. So there's no room for distractions. We analyze scenarios and can make decisions to hold back at certain times to protect the balance, considering that the first commandment is the most important. Finally, we exercise optionalities. So we have an open repurchase program of 100 million shares since August of last year. We also have M&A opportunities, and we as market leaders have the obligation to look at all opportunities that cross in front of us, but it does not mean that we will exercise these opportunities. But the intellectual leader and the market leader has this responsibility with shareholders and the market. Finally, recycling our portfolio. We are analyzing opportunities to sell assets or associations that bring resources to the company so that we can optimize our capital structure. Moving on to guidance, I would just like to reinforce this. We have 13.5 to 14.5 adjusted EBITDA. We have published this consistently. Our CAPEX is 13 to 14 billion, and 70% focuses on maintenance, which is to continue our agricultural yield and also expand our Shell network. And 3 great avenues of expansion. Looking at value, not cost. So it needs to be clear that what we are doing in the agricultural year journey is independent necessarily of cost, but discipline in executing those no levels that France is achieving in operations and power. We need to allocate capital in a smart way, but with strict cost controls. And in mobility, we need to expand the value of our legacy. You saw in that mandala that Dell presented that the frontiers in relating to consumers, they will expand even more. Clear priorities regarding the size of this allocation. This year, we will have the greatest level of investment cycles, and it will cool off in forthcoming years with capex that is more in line with our capital structure. So we will jump from 13 to 14 and decline thereafter in terms of allocating investments. Here I want to go a bit slower. This is a very important leverage guide for our business. In March 2021, we had a balance of 4.6 billion in tax credits in all locations and geographies. In 22, we reached 6.1 billion. We accumulated 4.3 and we compensate or offset 3.2. And now we leap to 11.9 due to the agreements on PIS and COFINS, and also taxes in Argentina due to the refinery turnaround. We needed to place a lot of capital to anticipate taxes to the government due to local legislation and tax credits. Last year, we had tax losses in our vehicle, which is Raízen SA. All of this plus the growth of compensation. So jumping from 3.2 to 3.7, we reached 11.9 billion. This is broken down into the following way. PIS and COFINS is a currency. It is versatile. You can offset it with any federal tax. If I have a taxable profit ahead and I compensate 30%, 70% needs to be dispersed from my cash. So I can use the 6.9 billion for this. So we have constant recovery tests that offset this. And the other block is ICMS. We have 2.5 billion. And here's a very important factor this year, which was the implementation of monophagia. Besides reducing evasion, tax evasion, it will provide greater liquidity in ICMS, since withholding needs to be done by those selling products wholesale. This will facilitate a lot. We hope that hydrated ethanol also enters this scheme, and this will facilitate the dynamics of the market. And then we have tax losses, which is 1.3 that you can offset 700 million of taxes in Argentina of value-added taxes and 500 million of other businesses. So we have a strong machine with compliance so that we can offset this in the most effective and safe way for the company. To wrap up, I would like to show you the progression of the net indebtedness. This capital discipline is materialized in this commitment. We have a net indebtedness of 20.4 billion, and we're using a conservative guidance of 13.5 billion and also conservative scenarios of cash disbursement. If we also consider the effects of interest and the liquidity levers that include working capital, compensation of tax credits, and asset sales or monetization of contracts, with the accumulation of interest, we should stay between 20 to 22 billion, thereby maintaining the security of our balance sheet during this cycle. With this, I would like to bring Ricardo Mussa back on stage for our final considerations. Thank you, Mussa. I hope you have followed the presentations. I talked a bit about the past, how our last year was. I mentioned the IPO, and I hope you have seen with this top team what we are working on to adjust what needs to be improved and accelerate our growth. So for 23, 24, you can expect that we will continue what we planned back then and the delivery of all strategic commitments of the company. And here I will summarize each point. So going back to the journey, the yield journey. So without the necessary changes, we don't have the yield that we need to sustain the company. This is the most important point. Francis has been working for a long time on this journey. It's not simple. We already have crossed more than half of this journey. We're almost reaching 2/3 of our plantations to the new conditions. But most importantly, we were able to make the necessary adjustments, and I'm very confident here. This year is being helped by climate. This is an exceptional year in terms of climate. So we will not just close the gap, but we have a very good push from the climate. So I think this will be very positive and surprise us in a very positive way. The second point involving ethanol, Paulinho showed us. We want to keep doing what we do well, the diversification, the premium with regard to Exalc. We have volatility in ethanol prices, price drops due to the drop in crude drops. Ethanol is becoming competitive compared to gasoline, and we will probably have a very good year in terms of ethanol exports. Later, I would like to call Francis back to talk about E2G. This, as I showed you back then, this is a project. We are reducing the organizational risk here. This project, we delivered the best production year in history. So the operational risk dropped significantly. The execution risk, the second plant is just around the corner of being inaugurated in September, October. So the supplier network is well lubed, and the contracts for this second crop year have reduced our risk to zero. So this is a very, very low risk project and great returns for the company. Added to this, you saw Carlos talking about the tools that we have with the ethanol anticipation contracts. This will adjust even more our balance sheet. So every day that elapses, I see that the market has still not priced this. So this is already contracted, and I would like to call Francis. Could you show the video about E2G? This video shows the stage. I talked to many investors, and they say, I don't believe in E2G. Yesterday, I brought a live video from our Piracicaba plant, and now I want to show you how the plants have evolved. Can you play the video, please? Very nice. I think we talked a lot about the plants. It's nice for you to see how they are. Here we see the works. This is plant number 2, the Bonfim plant, that we are handing over in the second semester. This plant is basically concluded. All equipments have been erected, and now we're in the less visible portion, automation and electrical. This is in line with our plan, and soon we will start it up, and we will do the commissioning procedures to start operating this plant. And you can see that it is in line with what we had planned. and there are 5 plants. We will quickly run through all 5 of them. This is the Bonfim Guariba plant. Now the Barra plant, which is in the city of Barra Bonita. We started these works last year. We did the earthworks, and now we are starting the civil works of this project. And all the equipment items are quite evolved. All the equipment is basically ready. So most of them are ready to be concluded. This is Univaling. This is in Valparaíso. And this is also running in parallel with Barra. We concluded the earthworks now. Now we're starting the civil works. And with this plant delivered next year, the expectation is to have 4 plants and almost 300 million of annual production capacity, a very important milestone and very much in line with our plan. And finally, the last 2, which are initial phases, are the Vale do Rosário plant in Morro Agudo and our Gaza plant, which is in Andradina, where we are starting the earthworks. So that's it, Musa. I think we're very much in line with the plan, and we will show you how this project is evolving, how each plant is moving forward. And I think the next step is to see how the new plant starts up, and this is a great cash generator. Paula showed this in her presentation. These plants, they generate a lot of cash for the company, and they will remove the volatility of results in the forthcoming years. And all of this has been contracted, and the risk decreases day by day. Sugar. You saw the development of the sugar market. We're very bullish with this market. It does not mean that we will not continue to try to reduce our costs. If you look at our prices last year, we had a sugar price around 80 reais. Today, it's around 102, 103, 20% higher than last year. Next year, we want to increase prices 15% above that. So we will continue the journey to reduce risks and volatility in results. And with more production, this will probably be a great cash generator for our business. So sugar is a star here that is doing very well. And regarding power, you saw Salibi's presentation. I would like to highlight a point that maybe was not clear. So our strategy is based on clients. We're not based on speculation. We're based on clients. So much of what you saw in terms of value generation has to do with clients regarding the generation on our side. So clear growth, we have a very solid opportunity to be a great protagonist in the Brazilian electric sector, and we're moving at great strides to gain market. We will have more visibility in the market in this area. And finally, regarding mobility, you saw the change in strategy, a renewed brand, different management than what was done in the past, but focusing strongly on resales and profitability together with resales. So an important message for all of you is that mobility is done in partnership. We have the best resale market in Brazil, the best brand in Brazil. We have a great opportunity for monetization. And when we talk about the great priorities for our group, I would like to mention 3 main aspects. Good people at the right people. You saw that the team that I have working with me, one of the best. It's really a winning team, a great operator, Francis, trading, Paulinho, Saliba, who has a unique experience in the power sector, and capitals market and discipline. So these are the great messages. So being at the right place, the investments we're making, I ask you to look at the difference with other businesses and the inherent risks. We have contracts with solid companies that are long-term. So this is very solid for our business, and very great discipline regarding capital in our company. You saw Carlos talking about the commandments, and we always abide by this. So the closing message, the priorities of the company, agricultural yields, E2G, second generation ethanol. We need to make this happen. We need to deliver what has been agreed upon and profitability and mobility. Everything with good people, long-term contracts, and a lot of capital discipline. I'm not saying this just for the sake of it. I was in an event in Houston the other day. People were talking about 2030. No, Raízen is doing today what many companies are talking about doing in the future. We are already delivering, and I hope that the last point of what did not work since the IPO, which is Raízen 4, we are sure that with the consistency of our plan, we will continue to grow and to deliver results. This is what I had for you today. Now let's go to the Q&A and let's discuss a bit further with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Musa. I will invite the entire team of speakers, and we will place some chairs, but we can start the Q&A. We are a few minutes behind schedule. The first question here. So please state your name, identify yourself, and limit to 2 questions each so that we offer everyone the opportunity to ask questions. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentations, and I'm very happy. I started my career at Shell together with Paula. She knows that 20 years ago as an intern, and I went to the consumer market in retail, and I'm very happy to see the trajectory of the company 20 years later. And I'm very happy that you mentioned UBS. Carlos once mentioned that we're very negative, but this makes evident that we have very nice data. Maybe start with you, Musa. In one of the first slides, you showed some of the deliverables and others that didn't work so well, that were below expectations. Could you comment a bit about what was under par and address each one of these points? I think that would be very nice. And if you can also talk about capital allocation, that would be nice. The second question, I think, is for Carlos. You mentioned in the guidance for 22-23, 15 billion, and the guidance for 23-24, 13, and then you talk about tax credits. So I would like to understand how much of the 23-24 guidance has embedded the tax benefits, considering that there are 3 billion that you have mentioned. Okay. When we look back, we should be already at a level of 80 billion tons of sugarcane this year. When you have a plantation that is much below in terms of quality, a drought affects even more the crop. So looking back, I think we underestimated the quality of our plantation. It's worse than we imagined. What we are doing to correct, we didn't reduce the capex for maintenance. We had record plantations, but the main change was in management. We changed a lot of KPIs for the agricultural team, and not for the short term. So a great change that Francis brought to the business is how do we look at the quality of plantation to ensure this becomes long-term? It's difficult. Long-term corrections are always difficult. When you have a drought, it's more difficult for you to plant. So we delayed planting. The great merit of what we have done in recent years is the discipline and care of the plantation as we never have done before. Biosev was a pleasant surprise. Being very honest, when we acquired Biosev, there was a saying that they had a lot of quality issues, but they have very top-notch professionals, and the main manager, Ricardo Lopes, he came from Biosev, and the result that Biosev is giving us is excellent, not just in terms of asset quality, but mainly people. So if you ask me, the where we were lagging in terms of the IPO was in agricultural yield. This was the main difference of everything that we planned. We had very bad weather years, but this year we can't complain because it's been above average. Our productivity has increased significantly, but we always need to look this in a relative fashion. So when Francis mentioned this is the best indicator for cane producers, we will always have volatility. We'll have below average, above average, but it's important to look at this. So if something is not well, we need to look at that very keenly. But this takes time. And now we're living a moment of more elevated capex to correct the plantation. This is the main point. When I look at the mobility profitability, I think this is coupled with volatility, but I continue to see a clear trend of the sector to improve profitability. In Argentina, there's not much we can do with the government. If you look there, the strategy to correct or mitigate the country risk is to reinvest a lot the cash generation in Argentina in dollarized assets. So Argentina needs to import a lot of products, which is dollarized. We improved a lot our facilities in Argentina. So we have debts in pesos. That's good to protect. And all generated value is reinvested in dollarized assets, and the Argentina business continues to grow. Few people pay attention to Paraguay, but this is a very healthy margin. We have margins that are 5 times that of Brazil, for example, and there very quickly we became number one, and we are very healthy in the Paraguayan market. Can I answer the second question, Luis? Okay. I will slice this because it's quite a wide-scoping question. ICMS, for example, is a withholding, so it will recirculate in the balance sheet. The VAT effect in Argentina was transitory, and it has to do with product imports there, and we needed to offer taxation to the government that is being compensated now. With regard to PIS and COFINS, you don't have margin on your balance sheet on this. But given last year's scenario, we had the advent of Complementary Law 192, combined with the company's strategy of positioning in terms of pricing and margin, allowed us to accumulate this credit. Now the trend is for this balance to drop because the offsettings will be greater than the accumulations, but the accumulations, they do not have a relevant effect on the balance. PIS and COFINS, they were generated in the best location of the organization where we have the most profit. So in the past, we had a difference. Our mobility model is where we have the highest profit for the company. This credit of the past is in the right place. This is another point. So when you do the recovery test, our company created a tax asset, and now we need to expect that this will become cash. So our EBITDA to cash relationship needs to improve a lot. But this is a very good asset. Looking forward, the credit is in the right spot. We had a lot of credit in the wrong spot. The tendency is to recover these 12 billion. Do you have anything in your guidance for these 13 billion? So how should we look at this? 13 billion, 13.5 billion actually. You have the ordinary generation of results for the company. You talked about capital allocation. Today our focus is to construct E2G. We're very disciplined with regard to this. When we talk about biogas, why are we holding back? We are focusing on this. If you look at our growth capex, we have a last phase for the refinery in Argentina, but capital allocation is mainly in E2G. About dividends, you have an open program. The controller obviously is committed. So could you elaborate on that? With regard to dividends, I show the coherence regarding our commandments. The first and second need to be fulfilled for the third one to prevail. And as to repurchase of the capitals market, I cannot comment on that. We have Lucas and Isabella. Let's go in the sequence just for the sake of order. As mentioned, I have two questions, and I will limit myself to that. The first point, building on the last question on capital allocation, thinking of portfolio, looking at the holding, there is this discussion in Cosan for the companies within the group in terms of what could be done. Maybe anticipation of E2G or something like that. Is there anything else that we could expect in the short term, thinking of capital allocation, considering that this is the will of the group? The second point for TEL, there was a relevant change with regard to the mobility business, and we have faced some interesting movements in Brazil in the last 2 years, a lot of volatility in fuel prices, cost sourcing. So looking at this new management, TEL ahead of the business, not just in Brazil, but LATAM, what can we expect? We had this great discussion involving Petrobras, and now there seems to be a new scenario for distribution. So TEL, what are the main points for this new management? What are the opportunities and the great doubt that everyone has? How can we go back to the returns that we saw in the past? I think this has to do with working capital management. And so I'd like to understand from TEL, what is in your mind, mainly with regard to this change regarding Petrobras?
In terms of capital allocation, as I told Luis, we have very clear discipline when it comes to the commandments. We can monetize on many of our assets, whether it be through JV. So that high interest rate and the investment cycle is one of our priorities. So our M&A division is looking at much more portfolio recycling. That discipline is very clear. Obviously, we can't disclose what we would do with which asset, but we are looking very carefully at what we can do without affecting the company's long-term strategy, obviously. But we are, yes, that part of our plan this year is to look very carefully, very rigorously at some of our divestments. It's amazing the number of partners who want to join us. E2G is very clear, electric power, distribution. There's lots happening, but it will depend on how the year goes. You know, the crop is looking better than we had imagined. We need to look at how we can monetize on all these E2G contracts. To our mind, you know, we talked about our net debt, how we're going to conclude the year. The divestment effort will be measured according to that. I can't disclose the whole strategy because that wouldn't be good. But yeah, we have as much discipline as we've always had in the past. And your second question. Very briefly, to grow with profitability hand in hand with our entrepreneur resellers. And we want to explore the pillars that are part of that wheel I mentioned, but focusing on our premium products, focusing on our integrated infrastructure to be able to optimize, as you said, our working capital, and also working hard on loyalty solutions, especially Shellbox and proximity. Those are the areas we'll continue to grow in to have more profitability, integration with our corporate reseller partners, B2B, the industry. The objective is to grow with profitability. And As for Petrobras, we are one of Petrobras's biggest, if not the biggest client. So in my opinion, they said, I'm not going to look at imports. I'm going to look at opportunities for my clients. What are the options for my client? I'm going to price so as to make sure that my client remains competitive. So we heard them and we thought, that's great. They're talking about clients. They're not talking about policies. That's good for us. And when we talk to them as clients, that's great. Whether it's A or B, it will be competitive. So I thought it was very interesting what they said. It was very intelligent, actually. The risk is if oil prices hike up. But in the current scenario, as one of the biggest Petrobras clients, if not the biggest, I think it's great. They're looking at clients. We've never heard Petrobras talk so much about their clients, so it's great. Lucas, then Isabella, then Tiago from BTG. Lucas, go ahead. Hi, everyone. Thanks. Lucas from JP Morgan. A couple of questions about sugar and renewables. First, sounds to me like this is one of the investments that's had the best results ever, investing in your sugarcane crop. Can you not accelerate that investment, whether it's through renewing it? And my other question is about whether you see how you're going to close the gap on TCH and whether there are other opportunities to generate efficiency outside the TCH. About the yield. Do you have other value generation levers when you compare your park to that of other companies in the industry? Can you improve your 80 yield that you mentioned? And about selling sugar, you talked about price levels. I think you've sold forward for this crop, but what about for the next crop? How are you seeing it? Are you feeling optimistic? Are you going to wait a little bit? Do you think there's going to be a bit more upside on sugar? What's going to happen in terms of commercialization? I think Francis can take that. Yeah, thanks for the question, Lucas. As for accelerating the renewal of our sugarcane crop, yes, we are above our projected average for a stable sugarcane crop. It's roughly about 17% renewal compared to a 15 cycle, which is what we expect down the line. But we can't really accelerate it much more than that. We showed you the chart showing the fourth and the fifth cut well below the potential. But even though it's still below the potential, it's still an asset. We have an asset. We do have sugarcane to harvest, and it's economically better to harvest it instead of retilling it and planting over that. And in order to achieve our potential, we're talking about another 2 years to remove those fourth and fifths cut that are too far below, and then to deliver on our potential. As for increasing yield, so we do have benchmarks, but we don't look so much at absolute numbers. We tend to focus on the unit cost of the sugarcane that was delivered to the plant. So in some of our regions, the environment is less favorable. North of the state of São Paulo, where it's drier, it doesn't really make much sense to invest that much in the sugarcane crop to have the potential to get more sugarcane out of that region, because there's a much higher risk of drought. So we need to make sure that we find the sweet spot between the minimum cost and to be able to deliver the sugarcane to the mill. But what we are investing in that is relevant is irrigation, because that investment has a huge yield upside. In areas where we have water stress, we see up to 40 tons more per hectare. So we will continue to move forward on our irrigation agenda. And in addition to that additional yield, there's also stability, because wherever there is drought, you can hedge it by having irrigation over that area. So that takes away part of the climate risk. And I think you will be seeing that having an impact on our average yield. Isabella? Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. I have a couple of questions. First is about biogas. Musa, you mentioned some business perceptions that were different to how you saw it 1 or 2 years ago. Could you give us some more color on that? And what about capital allocation and how you're planning your modules? My second question is to Saliba about power. So looking at that 3 billion real EBITDA ambition, what goes into those 3 billion, considering the different business fronts? And what about capital allocation? What needs to happen to get there? Well, we learned something really cool in biogas. It can be used for many things. The simplest is to convert it into electric power, as we saw at our Bonfim plant. And it's not the best use for biogas. So our first decision was we shouldn't really use biogas for that. The second thing you can do with biogas is to inject it into the grid. So what we're doing at our other plants, like Costa Pintos, we sold it to Yara, Scania, Volkswagen as a replacement for natural gas. So our 35 gas, out of them, we can do that in 6 of them, considering the distance in the grid. So we'll move forward, we'll move ahead with those plans. We're holding back on biogas because it's a fantastic product, but it doesn't travel well. There isn't a great deal of energy density in gas. So we're thinking what we can do with such a great product. When Paula talked about producing green ammonia, urea, Brazil is a huge fertilizer consumer. We import fertilizers to this country. We are in a fertilizer import parity. Raízen consumes fertilizer, and we have the potential to produce that in our backyard. Couldn't we use this biogas for something more valuable, considering fertilizers? So we're taking a break. We're thinking about it, because just rushing to transform it into electricity, it seems a waste of the molecule. So there's a lot more that can be done. We're looking at options for the use of biogas. What will be unavoidable is the conversion kit for our truck fleet to biogas, because if you replace diesel, it's too expensive. It reduces carbon footprint, but I love the idea of fertilizers, because obviously we can never do it alone. We need partners, people who understand about it, to make the most of that product. So biogas, looking at those waves that Paula mentioned, we're trying to get the best value out of that. And the main change since the IPO, Isabella, has been that the electric energy scenario has changed in Brazil. As Francis said, 75% of the bagasse we consume from our mills go toward producing steam and kinetic energy to run the mill itself, which is a waste, in my opinion. The product is too valuable. It's like running your mill like a steam train. That's inefficient. So the idea, the business concept I love the most is to electrify our process. If we do that, we'll have a lot more bagasse left over. And bagasse is basically a battery. There's energy in bagasse. If you convert bagasse into ethanol, it can travel to Europe. And Brazilian electric power doesn't travel. So right now we're discussing what to do with this molecule. Biogas could be used to run our boiler, and there will be more bagasse left over from that. there's huge demand for E2G, so we need to be very intelligent about how we allocate our energy. So we're going to do everything we can to improve the efficiency in our industrial complex to make the best use of bagasse, because bagasse to produce E2G is gold. So that's another play. We can replace the bagasse in the boilers, but is that the best use? I mean, you could come to regret those decisions. There's so much we can do. There are so many E2G plants. There's so much capex. It's worth our while holding back to understand what the future holds. We're confident that we're going to deliver on our plan, but maybe differently. We can give you more detail about the 6 plants that are being built, how many are coming, modules and plants. We were talking about 39 modules. Forget the 39. We were talking about 1 billion liters of biogas, electric energy equivalent. The biomethane has a different power. So we have 2 plants. One is ready, one is being built. The first wave is probably 7 plants connected to the grid that will be built in mills where there is E2G, because it increases the production of vinasse exponentially, and it makes vinasse production more linear. So we can have a more consistent production along the year. And meanwhile, we'll find the best monetization strategy. Saliba will talk about power. About power, there are 2 elements to pursue in terms of increasing EBITDA. The first one has to do with scalability, increasing sales volume, increasing commercialization to the end consumer. Organically speaking, 1 billion reais worth of EBITDA, which is what we had in 2021, 2022, that will grow organically by expanding our customer base. The second element is the share of wallet of those clients. And we'll be splitting that share of wallet concept into 2 parts. First, smaller clients who are willing and want to have a different experience from technology, with trust, to be next to someone who has credit. They know we're not going to leave tomorrow. They will be able to deliver that product for the duration of the contract. There are share of wallet margins in that opportunity. And then bigger clients, as Musa said, Raízen. But if you think about the macro concept nationwide, we're talking about the reindustrialization process of Brazil. Electrification will enable lower costs to its clients, to our clients, so we can provide them with cheaper power. Those are the 2 share of wallet elements. With regards to how we're going to deliver that, what platform, what framework we're going to use to do that. It could be organically, and then technologically, and supporting Brazil's reindustrialization. That's share of wallet. We'll do that through capital allocation, using low-cost tech, low-cost assets that have a minimum return of at least 20% to shareholders. That's the bare basic. So if you bring together the technological reality with the opportunity to reindustrialize Brazil with that capital discipline, we can not only navigate, but grow those 3 billion reais. And we're not in love with producing power. Power generation is much more than just having a client. So what you can expect from us is to recycle our power portfolio. That will be a constant. Because if you've used an asset to attract a client and then you do distributed generation and the basic minimum is 20%, once that client is in your grid, you can recycle the portfolio. I have no expectation to have any major capital allocations in power generation, but it is crucial to our client plan because that market is growing. We're going to the free market. There's a lot of margin that you can get if you know how to work with the clients. Generation is key to that strategy. But it's easier to recycle that portfolio because some agents in the market love power generation bonds. It's not our case. Generation is a means to an end. We have huge solar power projects in the Northeast. They're huge contacts. They're huge potential to recycle in the future. We won't have any huge capital drag into generation. Implied in the guidance, there are 700 million to invest this year. It's very likely we'll have the same again for next year, and then another 300 to 400 million reais. So the investment cycle to get to that ambition is going to be roughly 1.7, 1.8 billion. Second point to add to what you've just heard, low client acquisition cost, because the ecosystem is ready, so you can bring in clients on all business fronts. And a large part of this year's investment is being led by Saliba and Mota, is going toward digital transformation to create a platform that will provide services to the client, because their experience is what will count, because then you create loyalty, long-term loyalty. I'll turn it over to Tiago now. Hi, good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Tiago Duarte from BTG. First question is about the guidance, and in light of the information Francis has shared with us. 80 million tons worth of crushing. If you do the math in terms of yield gains that Francis is talking about for this year, it's 20% from the first to the fifth cut. My first question is, and Musa actually showed a concern to get to the 80 in terms of crushing due to the rain. So in light of that yield gain, unless you're increasing your planted area by a lot this year, Francis mentioned 17%, which doesn't sound like it's the case, you can go well over 80 million tons. A couple of things, Tiago. I'll take your second question, and Francis can add to it. Well, this year, we have less sugarcane in the spot market, so we're going to have more of our own sugarcane. Now we can afford our spot position for sugarcane because it's not as profitable as our own sugarcane. Since there's a risk of El Niño, why are we going to risk buying a lot more sugarcane considering the El Niño risk? So you're right. We see an upside already now that we're harvesting the sugarcane compared to what we had considered 1 or 2 months ago. So we probably have more sugarcane than we'll need. But we're thinking, is it worthwhile continue to crush, or should we capitalize on that? Because it's worth a lot more than supplier and then spot. So we're managing risk. So you're going to keep sugarcane for the next year? No. Spot sugarcane don't have a contract with me. So there's more idle capacity than the average in the sector. So we have more crushing capacity. There's always an upside. If there is no El Niño, if El Niño is not as powerful, we have idle crushing capacity. And we can also buy sugarcane in the spot market, but we don't have to commit to that right now, because if we do, we're risking having to do that. So but right now it's risk management. But to be honest with you, the figures are looking really good. Great, thank you. That's very clear. That's a great question, Tiago. So we're coming out of that 10-year cycle. Last year, the crop wasn't great, 548 million tons in the center and the south, and now we're closer to 600 million tons due to climate conditions. So it's a small increase. We're talking about macro figures, and the guidance is saying that yield increases will be 5 to 10% based on the guidance we're seeing. And our specific upside, Tiago, is focused on the third cut, because last year the first and the second cuts were within our potential. This year, what we will be seeing an increase in will be the third cut, closing that gap that you mentioned. We're very sure, we're very confident, as Musa said, we have more of our own sugarcane than we had imagined when we established our guidance. We have better results. We're coming out of the risk. We're coming out of a sugarcane spot. As for El Nino, we're using our capillarity and our idle capacity. So we have the capacity to crush 95 million tons with our own structure. And we're very well organized in clusters across the regions where we operate. So we can migrate sugarcane. We can get ready for a worst-case scenario. We can move them to idle mills. And you're hedging. You're preparing for potentially more rain at the end of the year. So we're confident that we'll be able to crush the 18 million tons of sugarcane. Hopefully, it will be more of our own sugarcane, less spot market sugarcane. And yes, that will give us an upside. That's great. May I ask a follow-up question? This really struck us because looking at these annual presentations before the IPO during Cosan Day, you were talking about fuels, you were talking about marketing and services, and your focus was on origination then. At that time, the parity allowed for a lot more in terms of product imports, and now that was the last item on your presentation. You've been talking about clients and shorts. It's probably no coincidence that that's happening as we're talking about Petrobras stopping parity. Fuels, it sounds like fuel will become more scarce, so your brand will become more valuable. This whole introduction is to ask whether I'm getting it right, the way you're looking at the market right now. I'll take it, and Cardoso can add to my answer. We didn't talk a lot about that because that's well addressed. Supply, logistics. We look at logistics efficiency, terminal fuels, supply, which is under Paulinho. You know, that's doing really well. We have a lot of flexibility when it comes to importing more or less. We didn't talk a lot more about that because the main opportunity right now is for Shellbox, V-Power brand. That's why we focus more on that during the presentation. It doesn't mean everything else is less important. This last move by Petrobras really closed down on the arbitration, but we really need to wait, Thiago. It's very hard to say anything about that. Now, if you spoke to me 3 months ago, it was a whole different situation. There's still a lot of volatility, less than last year, but I think we dealt really well with supply volatility in the last few years. But you're absolutely right. We are focusing on clients, on reselling, the profits of our resellers, our partners, because we believe that to be the model for success. We have increased our marketing budget considerably. We've never invested as much as we have. It was the biggest V-Power launch in the history of Raízen. We've invested a lot more in communication, marketing, products, helping resellers to be profitable. It's no coincidence that it was the best year for contract renewal, best year for new volume. We truly believe that that is the play, the best play to bet with resellers. They have to make more money. We have to make more money. That's the mantra. Cardoso talks about it all the time. We all have to grow. There is no other way than increasing profits for reseller and for us. And it's not just about fuels. We're talking about reais per cubic meter, but there are many other things that help us increase profit. Obviously, we can turn it into reais per cubic meter, but lubricants, what we did in Argentina, what we can do in Brazil, we've barely scratched the surface of what can be done with lubricants in Brazil. Financial services, the NOS group, we haven't done much there. They're going through a huge expansion. It's now becoming relevant. It's now showing in the results. So I hope that the non-fuel related line grows considerably. You will see that as reais per cubic meter because it will decrease when you look at volume. But it's not just about price increases. There's a lot of things that go into it. Even Shell Recharge, it's amazing how the business margin is good. It's still small, but it's very, very good. It's all a journey. And again, having Shell as a shareholder is extremely helpful. We learn so much from Shell, from what they've learned that went well, that didn't go well.
Cardoso, would you like to add something? The only thing that I would add is the safety in supply is also part of the value chain. It's what Musa said. We have time for one or two additional questions. Many companies are talking about decarbonization goals with plans to become net zero, and we don't talk about net zero. Paula, could you answer about net zero regarding Raízen? This is a recurring question, and maybe we should clarify on that. I would like to return the question for us to conclude together. If I were tied to a net zero goal or a scope 3 reduction, certainly we hadn't bought Biosev because they increase our renewable production, which is in our goal, but it increases the absolute scopes 1 and 2 of the company. Another example that is very important, and I don't know if everyone understands, if you look at carbon emissions in the gasoline full life cycle, we're talking about 90 grams of carbon per megajoule. If I compare this to the ethanol cycle, we have something around 20. If I make ethanol become zero, I need to reduce 20. But if I produce more ethanol for each additional liter of ethanol that I produce, I am reducing 3.5 times the carbon footprint of those who are burning this fuel. So when we think of the Raízen purpose, which is to increase renewable product production that will be used by our clients to replace fossil fuels, and you saw that there will be a long path of fossil fuel substitution, our understanding is that sustainable capital allocation is sustaining production or increasing production in a more sustainable and efficient way, so reducing the ethanol footprint by 20%. But it's not time for us to be concerned with a net zero goal. This is for people who have issues. We have the solution. Does it mean that we won't have a net zero goal, say in 2050? No. We have several interesting projects, carbon that we emit in ethanol fermentation is the purest carbon, 97% CO2, and the cheapest to re-inject. If we re-injected, we would have net zero carbon or even negative carbon, and then we would reduce scopes 1, 2, and 3. But maybe it makes more sense to take this carbon, use electric power, that is cheaper in Brazil, and Saliba will guarantee that we will always buy at the best price, and reduce this in sea bunkers. This is a very difficult sector to decarbonize. So what is the best decision? And which one talks with our purpose of reducing this. So for the time being, for 2030, I don't think we should be thinking of net zero. We are caring for this by looking at carbon intensity, but eventually in the future, we will look at this. And we know that there are investor and regulatory requirements, and we will look at this at the right time and with the due conviction criteria. Let's go to our last question. José Alencar from XP Investimentos. One for Paulo regarding E2G and sugar. Once you start operating, you need to adjust and ramp up your production. But once you are able to release the bagasse earlier, can you accelerate the production? Are your contracts flexible, and can you anticipate these contracts? And is there a difference between the first contracts and the other ones down the road? What about E2G price drops in Europe? So what is the differentiation for this? And the second question regarding sugar. You are already reaching the goal of 100% of sugar negotiated directly with end clients. Are there supply contracts for longer terms? I understand that, for example, one of the great advantages of negotiating directly with you is to have this recurring supply in a recurring fashion. So are these contracts already working as sugar hedging? And is there a goal for third-party sugar growing in this overall goal to supply to end clients? Thank you for the questions. I will start with E2G. You mentioned a lot of things. Our contracts, they were designed respecting the entire plant construction plan. So we built into these contracts all the necessary flexibility to ensure that we continue our journey of being a company that delivers with resilience at all times with our clients. So in practice, yes, there are delivery ramp-ups, and all of them will be respected. There is flexibility for us to ensure that we deliver these products to our clients in several locations around the world, mainly Europe. We will do this even better once we start delivering this product as of the second half of this year, because the logistic scale helps us. We become more efficient and more frequent as players in Europe when we have ships arriving every month. With regard to prices, I think it was perceivable in the graph that I showed that we look at a range. In Europe, we call this a single thing, but there is complexity of different markets, different rules, and trading occurs according to the reality of each country. I think it was noticeable that despite the movement that you mentioned, that we had a peak and a very profitable price, but at a second level, it did not affect our capacity of developing better long-term contracts over time. And if we were to do this today, we would do it the same way. Each negotiation within that range, you can see that we are closer to the top. So there is a possibility of our clients trading with us at the limit of that range. Some countries we are able to trade above that range, which is average for all European countries. Clients, they know us, we deliver consistently over the years, and they need the solution, which is very unique. So the answer is, very objectively, yes, we are at the same levels or above those levels in new contracts. But we understand that we are crossing a very important moment of sales, and we need to deliver even larger scales of products in the near future, and this will probably improve our capacity to negotiate even better in the future. Sugar. Sugar follows similar logic regarding E2G, the acceleration that you mentioned. Our business cases that we mentioned, they are very conservative regarding the production curve. We consider a 2-year period to achieve that nominal capacity. So we have a lot of opportunity to improve these curves, considering that we will repeat this 20 times. Certainly, we believe on the upside of anticipated product delivery versus what we had in our initial plan. The sugar logics is similar. So working together with clients and their needs. I showed the non-GMO sugar cane chain, which is based on long-term contracts and clients that want to ensure that this is a perennial solution, and this allows all the investments that we need to make so that these solutions are long-lasting and effective since the start. So the logic is very similar. So the partnerships, our relationship with our clients is so complementary and natural that this always translates into a long-standing partnership, whether for these 40% that are already under this total traceability logic or for other types of clients around the world that eventually are not in this journey, but will probably get there as well. Last week, there was a company that has more than 150 years of history in sugar, and they never had a sole sugarcane supplier. And he said, I want to understand, because now we will work 100% with this. Since we are a fully integrated company, we're not a trading company, we have traceability, supply, security. So we closed a 5-year contract with them. Never in their history had they done this. Once, Nestle called my attention. 4 years we met in New York, and they said, you never visited us. Raízen has never visited us. So clients today, what they want is to have a company that has balance sheets, quality, and guarantee their supply. This sugar market is very difficult in terms of logistics, and then you have a premium with regard to that. So we are transforming sugar into what we did with ethanol for many years. So this client that we closed a 5-year contract, the shipment is yours. If you look at the third-party transaction volume, it's very large. And then you create a basis where you are unbeatable. So we are trailing the same path as ethanol. We still have a lot to grow in sugar, but the good thing is that the numbers in terms of profitability and volume are there. 2 examples that we communicated openly to the market, Saudi and Atlantic Group in non-MGO sugar. We created good partnerships along these lines. Canada and UK are excellent markets. I think that's it. Well, thank you, all of you, for your presence. We will now serve lunch outside, but I would like to quickly thank the entire team that worked strongly to prepare this event, the technical team, the investor relations team, and thank you for your partnership, and thank you for your presence, and we will see you again in forthcoming opportunities. Thank you. We will have some meetings this afternoon. We have rooms 1 and 2. So please go to these rooms after lunch, and we will start the meetings at 1:50, and afterwards we will have these sessions. If you need any assistance, please consult our front desk for that purpose. Thank you.